Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and good evening, I believe, to Christine. So I'm Mike Martinez. I teach InDesign here at PCI. Can everyone hear me fine?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes po.
Okay, good. So we have a mix of all these different versions that you guys are using for InDesign. All right. Some of you are using CS6, 2018, predominantly 2020, correct?
Yes,
Now,
sir.
all right, I'll be demoing with CC 2020, but as I go along, if it's a feature that's specific to or unique to 2020, I'll let you know. And I will try to remember CS6. Okay, it's been a while since I've used it, but try my best. Okay. Most of the things that we're going to go through here are basic. And I will go through InDesign from the beginning. Um, who among you have taken? Who among you are refresher attendees? Yes, I remember you, um, John. Yeah, I remember. Who else is a refresher?
Anybody else? Noy? First time ba yun, Noy?
So pretty much everyone is attending this for the first time. Who among you have used InDesign for at least 6 months to a year? All right, awesome. Yeah, I expect that much, John. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. How about you, Joe? Have you used CS6 for some time now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, okay. Reason I'm asking is just so I need a baseline to understand where everyone's at. Okay. But as I said, I'm going to go through the basics. I'm going to go through InDesign from the very beginning. We'll talk about the interface. We'll talk about some of the basic tools or some of the essential tools to know when working in InDesign. I'll also be discussing the workspace, how to switch workspaces, how to switch between documents, what, and we're going to be setting up a document altogether. All right. So let me get to the topics that we have in store in a bit. Okay. So, what have you, ladies and gentlemen, gotten yourselves into? Today, I'm going to start the day with not an introduction to the workspace just yet, but rather I'd like to talk about how we prefer, you to do things when it comes to working with InDesign. And then after that, we're going to switch over. We're going to then get into the introduction to the workspace. We'll go to working with frames, the basic building blocks of any InDesign document, and then go ahead to setting up a document and working with pages, and hopefully end the day with working with color. For two of those four topics that I mentioned, there will be hands-on exercises. Most of the time is going to be spent, most of the time today is going to be spent talking about the introduction to the workspace and working with frames, basic principles behind the design. Okay. Um, right. And this would be my first online session. So, help me out, guys. I prefer, even with my person-to-person, in-person classes, John might remember this. I prefer to be asked questions. I work better that way. So, feel free to post a question through the chat or call my attention, whichever way, shape, or form you want to do so, should you have a question. That way you get to maximize your time with me. Cool? We all in agreement with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Awesome. Thumbs up is fine. Perfect. Yes, you can do a react if you can't do video, or just, put a thumbs up. All right. So before we get into to InDesign itself, okay, what I'd like to do is start talking about things that you should keep in mind when, or even before you start working in InDesign. So the very first thing that I'd recommend that you do is maintain a clean computer system. Okay, make sure that your system, your computer's free of viruses, that you're using the latest version of the operating system, that you're using the latest printer drivers, that you're using the latest version of the software itself as well. That's the latest version possible when working with InDesign. Okay, performance updates, are slipstreamed in to any of the updates that you might be downloading from onto your systems. Okay, so yeah, get organized. Okay, so when you start working with things in InDesign, make sure to create a project folder. All right, put everything there that's related to that project. Organize things in such a way where you have, your InDesign document, and then you have a folder for all your assets and resources. Okay, that way it's easier to access everything should you need to. Okay. Consider using a template, and I'm not saying a template that you commercially can download. I'm talking about planning ahead, thinking way ahead of time, and sketching out your document even prior to starting it. Draw it out on paper, what you plan to do. Okay, and in doing so, what you're doing is you're creating a roadmap for yourself when you start working on that document. When you create that roadmap, you can then decide, or you can see at least, or have an idea how to create a template for the rest of the document. You can create, InDesign has something called master pages that actually are the templates for the rest of the document. Okay, just remember, InDesign is built for and is intended for creating long documents, multi-page documents. And most of these multi-page documents, whether it be book, magazine, brochure, flyer, most of them actually have common elements that you see on the page. Page numbers, headers and footers. And these headers and footers, InDesign gives you, when working with headers and footers, InDesign gives you the flexibility to actually switch between, one header and footer set versus another as you work through your document. Okay, but being able to, plan ahead, right? Being able to plan ahead helps you create that template, come up with, that particular layout, and efficiently use, the software, right? Next, although InDesign lets you open files across a network or through the internet, I would always suggest that you download the files first, get them onto your computer, and that's when you start working on them. Okay, so that in case, should it happen that you lose your connection or you lose your connection to that device that holds the file, at least it's intact on your system. It won't corrupt the software. It won't corrupt the file itself. Okay, just remember you're working with an InDesign document, which sometimes accesses files outside the document itself. The recommended way of working with photos and any other assets not created in InDesign is through importing them into the document, and InDesign creates a link to the original files. So I would suggest that you keep a local folder for all those files. All right. Now, if you're working with legacy files, so let's say you're working with, you're working with a PageMaker document that was sent to you by a client, and they want you to recreate that document in InDesign. When you open that PageMaker document or your that Quark Express file, when you open a Quark Express file, you encounter an error message, all right? I'd suggest that you fix it first in Quark Express or the original source or the original application. Okay, so let's say you open the file and something's missing. Okay, you get a warning in InDesign that, hey, there's a missing file that's linked, a missing linked file. Okay, open that in the source application first, and then fix the problem there, save the file, and then re-import that into InDesign. That's the recommended way of doing things. Trying to recreate or fix things in InDesign is possible, but you're not sure you're going to get the exact placement, dimension, and spacing for your document, right?
Sir Mike.
Yes.
Sorry. Are you
I'm
sharing
not sharing.
something on the?
Yes.
Okay.
Not yet. Just going through, actually, if you took time to download the full handout that's in the classroom folder, you'll see all these tips right there. Okay, it's on the introduction and tips section. Okay, so yeah, one other tip that I have is to save your documents regularly. Although InDesign automatically saves your documents as you work through them, okay, it squirrels things away in the background while you're working through your document, working with your document. It's always recommended that you have take a conscious effort to save. Funny story. While I was working on the handout that you may have downloaded in advance, the first version of it, I got so excited. So I was working on different chapters, and I had one main document that I was working on. All right, and as I was working through it, and working in different chapters, I just realized I had a cluttered desktop, I had a cluttered workspace. So I cleaned things up. I started closing windows, okay? And because I was doing it repeatedly, it became, yeah, go ahead, close this and don't save, close this, don't save. Funny story, I closed the main document. So I lost about, 4 hours of work. But the good news is, because I already had figured things out, I was able to work through it faster, way faster than I had originally done. Okay, so yeah, thank you. All right, so yes, save your files. And at the end of the day, before you shut down your computer, do a file save as on your document. What that does is it blitzes out all the mini saves that you have in your document, and cleans it up and makes the file more efficient for use the next day. Right. Next, practice good design habits. Right. Create styles in a document. Work with styles. Okay. And in InDesign, you can create multiple styles. One style affects characters. The other style affects paragraphs. It works on, another style would work on tables and the cells themselves. You can even create an object style, and I'll show you how to do so. Right. So take advantage of what InDesign gives you to the fullest. Right. Work with styles. Okay. The other thing is use appropriate fonts. Okay. Make sure that you consider when you're choosing a font, you consider the character or the what character you want to put across or put through with your design and with your layout. If you want something more formal, you would definitely not choose Comic Sans. Okay. You would be using, Times Roman. For your titles, you would use something like Trajan, which lends some air of sophistication to your document. All right, and then when working in InDesign, as much as possible, try to use the fewest amount of text frames, okay, in your document. As you go up through the different versions of InDesign, you'll see that InDesign becomes more and more efficient when it comes to working with text frames. You can now have a single frame that has multiple columns, and the title for those columns can actually be set to span across those the multiple columns that you have in a single frame. Right. So as much as possible, try to keep things, keep your frames simple. The fewer frames you have on page, the better. Okay. The better it is for you and for your document, so it's easier to manage stuff. Okay. Last two tips that I have would be smart with art. Okay. Make sure that you link your files. Okay. With the graphics that you're using, make sure you link your files. Choose the appropriate graphics file format. If you're doing something for print, always check with your print service provider what their preferred formats are. For print, you can use PSDs, you can use tagged image format files, TIF, or EPS. All right. But if you're doing something for on-screen viewing, then you can go with PNG and JPEG, or even a GIF file, or BMP. All right, and then what else? Yeah. So yes, please make sure that you ask your service bureau before you even go ahead and start working in your document. Okay. Last is verify links before and fonts before you print. InDesign has a built-in feature, okay, into it where it actually checks your document. It constantly checks your document for any problems. And when we get to the workspace, I'm going to show you that exactly, okay, where that feature is. All right. So those are the tips that I have. Keep these in mind before you even start working in a document, and you should get smooth performance out of InDesign should you do so. Okay. Most of your issues when working with devices will be solved by, first tip that I have here, which is to maintain a clean computer system. Okay. That said, I'd like to start sharing my screen. Okay. And let's go ahead to share InDesign. Okay. All right, so here we go. This is InDesign's interface, okay, the start screen that you'd get as soon as you start InDesign up. I have several documents that I've opened in the past, showing right here. Okay. And before we even do that, change things. So I'd like everyone, no, let's not let everyone do that, but okay, let me get started with the workspace. Okay, so let's go ahead and open a document. And let's open this document here. Okay, so this is the this one InDesign document that I've opened. Okay. Let me just zoom out. Okay, and zoom out some more. Okay, perfect. That's how I want it. Now, so what are the different parts of InDesign's interface? Okay, first off, we have the application bar. Okay, right up here. All right. In the application bar, right up here, you would have one very important button, okay, which is this button right here, which actually lets you choose the different workspaces. Okay, I'll get to that in a bit. Right now. Here, so we have the application bar. Here we have the control panel. Okay. So this is the control panel. It changes dynamically depending on what tool you have selected. Right now, I have the type tool selected in my Tools panel. What I'm seeing would be character options, character formatting options. And I can then switch over to paragraph formatting controls, so I see a different set of options. Okay? If I were to switch to the selection tool, right here, you'll see that my control panel will change. Okay? And if I choose the color theme tool, some other options may be available. But the greatest difference, or the greatest change really, is that when you switch from any of your drawing or selection tools to the page tool or to the type tool. Okay. So that's the control panel. It actually lets you access different panels in InDesign without having to open them. Okay. So for example, I've switched back to my type tool, and if I go to the control panel, see that I have my options here. I no longer have to open the character, nor would I have to open the paragraph panels just to be able to make changes. So even with a small screen, you're actually able to maximize your screen space. Okay. So you would have access to your paragraph formatting options right here, which are actually up here already in the control panel. And you would have access to your character formatting options, which are right here, right there, in the character formatting controls section. Okay, if you click that button, it takes you there. All right, so that's the control panel. And then let me just close these. They're taking up space and obstructing my view of the document. Okay. I'll be going through the different fields and their uses for the character formatting controls or options and paragraph formatting controls and options as we go along. Okay. Questions so far? Take the silence as we're good and I should proceed. Okay, so the next bit that we have in InDesign's workspace would be our tools panel. Okay. So our tools panel we have right here. Okay. So we have the different tools that we would normally use. Who among you have, I know that two of you have taken Katz's class for Illustrator. All right, and okay, so these two, and for those that have, these two tools should be familiar, the selection and the direct selection tools. Okay, the selection tool lets you pick up or select elements that you have in your document, okay, and then move them around on the page. Okay, you can marquee to select multiple objects. Okay. The direct selection tool, though, behaves differently. It lets you select objects or select anchor points within the container or the frame. So if I wanted to hide a portion of this shape right here, okay, that I have on page, say I wanted to hide and just take an anchor point, I would click on the anchor point and distort the frame itself so it hides or shows, only a portion of the full frame. You just undo. Okay, so that's the selection and the direct selection tool. The page tool lets you access the different page options that you may have. You can resize your pages without affecting the rest of the document. You can change page orientation without affecting the rest of the document. That is the function of the page tool. So if I choose this page, for example, and I want this to be portrait versus landscape, the way it is with the rest of the document, I can do so. I can rotate the page or make it portrait, and InDesign is actually smart enough to reflow content, okay, throughout the rest of the document. Let me just undo so it sort of snaps back into place. Okay, and you have the different page options. Okay, when you have the page tool selected. All right, gap tool. Basically, InDesign's tools panel is actually organized by use. You have your selection tools right here. You have your drawing tools, okay, all grouped together, your different shapes. Then you have your transform tools, and you have your miscellaneous tools. Okay. They're all grouped together. All right, now, what other tool? The type tool is heavily used in InDesign. It's used to create text frames in your document. So if I were to create a new document right now, okay, and I would choose my type tool. Well, one thing unique to InDesign's type tool versus other the type tool in other Adobe applications is that InDesign's type tool doesn't respond to a click. It will not create a frame that expands or contracts depending on the amount of content you have. InDesign's type tool needs you to be very deliberate. If you need a text frame at a specific size, you would have to click and drag to where you want that frame to be. Okay. Then release, and then it creates that text frame. That's when you can input your copy or place your copy into InDesign. Okay, so that's one thing unique to InDesign is the way it creates text frames. It doesn't create elastic frames just like Illustrator or Photoshop would. Okay. InDesign needs you to be very deliberate in creating its text frames. Okay, but I'll show you later that they're how to make them make these frames, especially the last frame in a story, okay, resize itself dynamically. Okay, I will get to that when we start flowing text. All right, now different tools. Okay, so in InDesign, you have a pen tool. The pencil tool works. I'd rather not get into it yet, but just to show you, pen tool can be used to draw objects on your page. So if I, let's say, were to just want a curved segment, I would then just create 2 points, add an anchor point right there, switch over and pull that down. All right, I'll press the Alt key on my keyboard or the Option key if you're on a Mac, and then stretch it out. That way I have a curved segment, okay? And that's the quickest way to draw your curved segment and that's using the pen tool. All right, the pencil tool lets you to be more free form and make freehand drawings, okay? So I can actually add to this shape right there. And with the pencil tool, I can smooth this out just like an Illustrator. I can smooth this out and change my options in terms of how it renders or draws the shapes. Okay. Now, one thing that InDesign has that other applications don't would be the frame tool. Okay. Whether it's a rectangle, ellipse, or polygon, the frame tool actually lets you create stand-in frames for your graphic content. So for example, I will be putting in a series of pictures here. For example, on this area, I would have a series of photos. So I'm going to break this up into multiple columns, like so. Okay. And now it represents, now I get a visual cue or visual guide that, hey, that means I'm going to have pictures here. And that's the purpose of the frame tool versus the shape. When you draw a shape using the rectangle frame, what you're actually doing, or what you're doing in your layout, is you're creating a placeholder for your actual photo. Okay. If you draw with the rectangle tool, That means you're drawing a filler or a shape that you actually want to show on your page and you want it to actually print. Okay. Yeah. All right, so then we have the ellipse tool that lets me draw an ellipse. Okay, and if I need to, I can use the scissors tool to actually take that shape and cut it into multiple segments. So now, if I need a quick arc, all I have to do is create that shape or the circle with the ellipse tool. Okay, and I can then make this a 1 point heavy shape as well. And let's say I need to create a wave of sorts. I can just sync these two up after I create my arc. And then once I have them hooked up, I can then join these paths and I now have a quick wave. All right. So that's using the scissors tool. You can also use, in InDesign, you have the gradient and the gradient feather tool. So for example, I'm going to put in, right, the picture. Right. The basic difference between the gradient and the gradient feather tool is that the gradient feather, okay, so I'll just take these two shapes right here. Let's fill them with a solid color. All right. If I take the gradient swatch tool and apply it to this shape right here, what it's going to, not that shape, I meant this shape. What it's going to do is render the gradient from solid to another solid color. But if I switch over to the gradient feather and I create the gradient, it creates it from solid to transparent. Okay, that's a difference. Okay. The note tool you would use if you're working collaboratively with other members of your team that have InDesign or have InCopy. Okay. The color theme tool lets you pick out colors from a photo and theme it. Let's use that color photo right there. And theme your layout, your color selections, basically to the central photo. So here, for example, or even better, let me open a file. This one. Okay, so let's say that we have a all right, so I don't have access to Trajan right now, but I will have that installed. Okay, so I have my central photo here, for example. The color theme tool lets you actually sample all the available colors in your central photo, and it will create, okay, this. So it sampled all the available colors in your layout, okay, and you can then add this as swatches to your swatches panel. So you can reuse all these colors and you can pick through the different themes that you can choose from. And you can do colorful, bright, and all that. Okay. The hand tool is the quickest way to navigate through your document. Okay. It beats having to use the scroll bars, right? But if you're using a trackpad, you can also scroll using the trackpad. It's just as efficient as the hand tool. Okay. Zoom tool lets you zoom in and zoom out. You have your fill and your stroke colors here. Okay. I make less and less trips here. I prefer to do things here because it is actually a bigger button and it's easier to spot and use. Okay. Right, so that's the quick tour of the tools panel. Okay. And here we have our status bar. And in the status bar is where you would get live pre-flight. This section here is actually very useful. It, InDesign, tells me what the problem is with my document through the live pre-flight. This is the thing I was talking about earlier in the tips. Okay. Right. And this, if I double click, will actually even show me where the problems are. So for example, I want to find out what the problem is with links. So I simply click on it, drill down until I get this golden link right here. I click on it, and InDesign will actually even highlight the problem file for me. I can then relink this and fix things and get it to work and resolve the issue. Okay. Here I have some missing fonts. All I have to do is enable Trajan. Okay. Using Adobe fonts. Questions so far on the workspace? Take the silence as a no. No questions. Moving on. Okay, so let me close this panel and let me switch over to actually this is all right, let me close this, save, do what I do best. All right, go back here. Okay, so yeah, status bar here. Okay, so we have our rulers and our panel, well, right here. Okay, this is where you can access your set of panels that you want to work with in InDesign. Okay. Switch to the selection tool. All right, and let me zoom out. Okay, now looking at this area right here, okay, center of my screen, you'd see that we have the pasteboard right here. Okay, then we have the page, the actual document page, right? The pasteboard is temporary space where you can actually put things that you plan to use in your document. Okay? The pasteboard for each spread is 1 or 2 pages put together, or more pages put together. Okay, you put everything on the pasteboard first, so before you start, so if you're still deciding on what photos to use, you would put things on the pasteboard first, okay, and then you can move them across. Okay. So that is, well, the quick tour of InDesign's workspace. Okay. Let me stop sharing. Any questions about InDesign's workspace? No? Pretty clear? Okay, I guess the next question is how do I use all that, right? Okay.
Maybe I have a question, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, Christine. Go.
Those purple lines, I guess, are those like the ruler or something?
The purple lines that run across the images
Yes, sir. Even
or the containers. Oh, that basically is the frame edge. Sorry, let me just start sharing my screen again. Okay. And let me pick up an object here and zoom in. Were you referring to these lines right here, Christine, or these? Which one?
that last one that you pointed, sir.
This?
That one. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, yes. That's your margin. That's your page margin.
Okay.
Instead
Well, do you have to set it up, or it will be automatic to show?
Ah, that is set up during document setup. You can change it. You can set it up or change it at any point in time. But with InDesign, as you create a new document, which we're going to get to soon, okay, as you create a new document, it will ask you what your margin settings will be. Okay, and there are default settings. It's usually half an inch for pretty much any document that you start.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, and thanks for asking the question. Like I said, I work better that way. And thanks for reminding me. I have to talk about another part. Okay, this line right here, it's pretty faint, but this line right here is the bleed area. Okay, when doing edge-to-edge layouts, or if you have an image that is meant to show edge-to-edge, so let's say I go to page 1. Okay, it always helps to drag that photo all the way to the bleed area. This is my page boundary. Okay, this is my actual page. This is the margin. This is the bleed area. If you notice, what I did was I scaled or positioned this background photo that I have all the way to the bleed area, so that when this is printed onto a sheet and trimmed, it'll actually show no white space. Okay, so when it's cut to this area right here, I won't get unexpected white space in my final output. That's the purpose of the bleed area. Clear?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right. Stop sharing. Okay. Now, I'm going to start sharing my screen again in a bit. Okay, but I want everyone, just so that we have the same workspaces. So when we go through working in InDesign, we're all doing pretty much the same thing. Okay. What I'd like to do is for everyone to set up the workspace exactly the way I have it, so that when you look at my screen or when I share my screen, okay, what you'll be doing on yours will be very similar, with the exception of Joe, of course. He's using a different version. Okay. Yeah, let me start sharing. Okay. Okay. Now, what I'd like everyone to do is create a new document in InDesign, which is pretty intuitive. You can always go to File, New, right? And create new, File, New, and choose Document and create that new document. Okay. We just basically need a document open. Doesn't matter what's there. You can open an existing one if you'd like. What I'd like everyone to focus on, though, is in the application bar. This workspace button that we have here. Okay. what I'd like everyone to do is click on the workspace button. Okay. Click on advanced. All right. And then, so it's going to switch to the advanced workspace. And then I'd like everyone to click on reset advanced after clicking on the workspace button again. So reset advanced so that it goes back into its default state. Okay. So this is the default advanced workspace. Okay. So I'd like everyone to do that now. Okay. So as I said, open a new document, go ahead to your workspace button once you have a document open, and then we click on advanced, then we choose to reset advanced. Okay. Once that's done, I'd like everyone to pay attention to what I'm doing, because we're going to start adding panels right here that we commonly use. Okay. Basically, well, in essence, what we're going to do is we're going to take this that we have right here and make it look like this. All right. So,
How to do it?
how do we do that? All right, let's go advanced first. In the advanced workspace, we start opening panels. Okay. So we have paragraph styles, character styles. It'd be great if we could put in text wrap. So let's go ahead. I'd like everyone to go click on Window and choose text wrap.
So kung sa atin, hindi advanced, document lang. Ano mo?
So,
Sir,
I
yeah.
think Joe is asking
how to do-
something. Yeah.
how to do in CS6, sir?
How to
How to do it in CS6, sir?
how to do it in CS6. Ooh.
Yes, sir.
Mind sharing your screen? I no longer have it installed. So yeah, if you could share your screen, Joe.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to see what I can do. Right, there you go. So,
Why?
all right, and let's go ahead and annotate. All right, so Joe,
Yes, sir.
it's here. In CS6, if you want to do the workspace thing, you see where I'm pointing? Up there, Essentials. Can you? Okay, so you, all right. Go ahead and click on OK first to this panel right here. Click on OK. All right, so that creates your document. It's a modal box. It locks everything out. Okay, now that we have your document open, up here in the tippy top, you would find Essentials. Click on that, or choose Advanced. Okay, and then that's when you can choose to reset Advanced. Did I answer your question? I heard. Joe,
Yes, sir.
was I able to answer your question, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Now I feel better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so
Hello?
let me just clear, close this, and
Hello?
yeah, Mark, or Rain.
Oh, hi. Can I share my screen? I'm really sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm not really familiar with InDesign. It seems that I lost the ribbons bar.
Right, just give me a sec. So go ahead
Can you
and
see my screen?
still seeing Joe's, but I should be able to switch over to yours. Here, yes. All right, yeah, right. Okay, so what,
Can you see my screen?
I am viewing it now, yes.
The ribbon in here, it's
Your
missing.
control panel, yep.
Yeah.
Okay, the reason why is because you're looking at the essentials screen right here. So let me,
Oh, here.
yeah. Right, so choose advanced. Here you go.
Oh, okay. So
So
that's
you
it.
have, now, again, ladies and gents, this area right here is called the control panel. That's what I call it. That's what we will call it moving forward. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Right. No worries. So are we all now on the same, no pun intended, page when it comes
Yeah.
to the workspace? All right. Yes. Okay. So we're all there. Okay. Let me share my screen again. Okay. And yeah. So if you take a look at my workspace, okay, we would have. I'm using the advanced workspace. What I'd like everyone to do is click on Window, all right, and choose Text Wrap. Okay, so you basically have the text wrap panel open, right? Okay, so if you look, is everyone seeing my screen? Please say yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so what we need to do is add this to this panel, well, right here. So how we do that is we take this panel bar right here and drag that below until you see a blue horizontal line, okay? And drop that in there. It adds it now to my panel well right here, okay? So I'd like everyone to do that, add text wrap. I don't think it's changed across versions just yet. So if you go to Window, you should see text wrap as one of the options there. Please choose it. It will open the text wrap panel. And I'd like everyone to add it now to the panel well right here on the right in the advanced workspace. Okay, so add that there, all right? And then after doing so, let's add another panel. Y'all good with that? Everyone has text wrap added? Say yes, please.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Great. Okay, so we have text wrap, and now what I'd like to do is get a few more panels in there. So let's go to Window again, and let's get, yes. For CC users, please choose Object and Layout, and then choose Align. All right, open that panel. Joe, you might just have to go ahead and choose Window, and you should see the Align panel right away. Correct? Okay, and we'll do the same thing. We'll just add it to, wait for the horizontal line, add it to this thing over here. If in case you add it as a separate well, it's okay. Okay. It's fine, just drag it off and put it right back. It adds it as, okay, as a panel within the well. All right.
I'm sorry, sir. Could you show that again?
Yep, no worries here. So let me drag that off. Let me close the panel. All right, let's go to Window, Object and Layout, and choose Align. Okay, so we have the align. Sorry.
For some reason, it doesn't show object and layout in my.
What version of CC are you, of InDesign are you using?
2020, I believe. I just downloaded it.
Oh, right. Great. Yeah, this is 2020. Ooh.
I think I got it now. It's in a separate. Actually, it's not. I don't have to click window. It's it's beside the window in that same.
All right, no worries.
Obligation.
Good. Well, it's good you were able to work it out. So let's choose the align panel, right? And let's just add that to, by dragging it, add it to the panel well over here and drop it in there. Okay, so I drag that, drop it in there, it adds it to the group, all right? And the last, so you have paragraphs, styles, yes, that. And the last set, I believe, would be, yeah, styles, okay? Um, so we have, for CC users, you would already have object styles, paragraph styles. The only thing that we need to add would be table styles. So for CC users, let's go to Window, Styles, and choose Table Styles. Okay. For those not using CC versions of InDesign, Joe, please let me know if you do not see table styles. Take the silence as a no, use as in the negative, so that means you see it. All we have to do is add that over here. Once we have this, all these right here in our well, you can go ahead and click on the workspace button, as I'm doing right here, and then choose new workspace. You would give it a name. You can use your name if you'd like, or if you like typing a lot, type in my workspace. I don't, so I just put in my name, 4 letters, easy. Okay? And then you click on OK to create that workspace. I won't do that because I already have a workspace existing, so I'm going to click cancel. The advantage of InDesign, of saving a workspace in InDesign, is that you have everything you need. You know exactly where everything is. Okay? So if I reset the workspace, right, it switches it back to the way it used to be. Say I'm working with my panels now in InDesign. Just dump this over there. Okay. And let's say I want to, let's say I start working in InDesign and I get, really cluttered with everything. I drag these things out by because of necessity, for example. Right? And I need to declutter and clean things up. I would just go ahead and reset my workspace. Sets everything back the way it used to be. Okay? That's the advantage of working or using workspaces in InDesign. You know where everything's at, and everything is within hand's reach. It becomes muscle memory whenever you need to access a panel, helping you work faster, helping you work more efficiently in InDesign. Clear? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Cool. Let me stop sharing. Any questions about the workspace so far? Good. Cool. Were you all able to set up your own workspace? Be honest.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Good. Awesome. Okay. Because, well, I want to keep things consistent so that, there's not much disconnect, okay, between what you're seeing on my screen versus what you'd be seeing on yours. Cool? All right, now let me just see. All right. Oh, yeah. The shortcuts. Who among you have used Photoshop?
Me?
Okay, awesome. Yes. Sound off for those that are not sharing video or not sharing video. Please sound off. Just
Me po.
unmute your mic or say whatever. Okay. Right. So with Photoshop, what's the shortcut to zoom in and zoom out?
Control plus.
Perfect. Works the same way in InDesign.
Oh, all right.
For Windows users, it's Control plus, Command plus for Mac users. Okay, so that's a common shortcut across all Adobe applications, whether it's Acrobat, Illustrator, InDesign, Photoshop. Same difference. Control plus, Control minus works perfectly well, right? With InDesign, there are a few more shortcuts. Control 0 fits the entire spread into view. Okay. Control 1 is 100%, right? Right, and then so that's how you'd zoom in and zoom out. Okay. Control plus, Control minus if you want to fine tune, or control how you would zoom. Okay. You can also use this option right here. This lets you zoom in and zoom out to whatever ratio you want. Okay. Yeah. And one neat feature about InDesign is, okay, as you work through your document. So for example, you come across a page in your layout where you have to lay things on its side, like so, right? I do not have to work this way just to get things done. Okay? I don't have to crank my neck and crane my neck just to get things done. I can actually go view, rotate spread, and rotate that clockwise or counterclockwise. Did not choose the spread yet. Let me try that again. There you go. So now it's upright. I can work with it, as if I'm working normally. And the rest of my pages are not affected. Okay. It only rotates the view of this page, so I can actually work on it. And when I'm done, I would go View, Clear Rotation. And it's back to the way it was. All right. So there. The rotate spread makes it easy to rotate the spread, work on it, and when you're done, that's when you go ahead and clear the rotation, and you're back to the normal reading, okay, in your document. All right. One other thing in InDesign is context menus. Okay, you can right-click to access different sets of options. So for example, I have this frame right here. This is a text frame. I right-click on it. Okay. Here. I would have all these options showing. So if I needed to change my text frame options, for example, I can always pull that up, okay, by right-clicking, and I can change the number of columns, I can change the inset spacing, and all those great things. If I need to insert a special character, okay, so for example, what I want to do is put in a copyright symbol. Okay. All right, and so let's see where it'd be nice. There. So for example, I want to put in a copyright symbol wherever InDesign shows. So I go InDesign, find that for me. so let's go ahead and view and rotate, and InDesign is there. So let's say I want to put in a copyright symbol. Instead of having to go elsewhere, all I have to do is right click and then insert special character. All right, symbol, and then choose copyright. Bloop, puts in the copyright symbol right there. So what I'm just trying to put across here, what I'm just trying to tell everyone is that if you right click, depending on the tool you have selected, it gives you options. Okay. So it saves you the trouble of going to window or view or anywhere here. Instead, InDesign will present to you options relevant to the tool you have selected or the object that you have selected. Okay. Here? Yes. Awesome. Right, so that's working context menus in InDesign. Questions with regard to workspace? Going once, twice, no questions? Great.
No.
Okay, good. If that's the case, right, why don't we go on to working with frames? All right. But before we do that, let's take a quick stretch. Okay. Let's everybody stretch. Okay. I know I need it. I've been hunched over this. This is not the most comfortable places in the house to work. Okay. But it just has good lighting and a nice background. Okay. So why don't we all stretch and just get everything back in place. All right. If you want to grab a coffee, you want to grab some water, now is a good time before we transition over to our next topic. Okay. I know.
Hello.
Yes. Rain, what's up?
I just have a quick question.
Go for it. So what's the question, Rain?
Hello. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm mute. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you see my screen?
Yep, I do.
On the sample that you have provided, it seems that you have two boxes or two. I don't know what it's called, but it's like
Yes. Yes. Okay.
you can. Okay.
Good question. Actually, that is going to be covered in our next topic when working with,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So very good question though, and very good observation.
Okay.
I know that you're paying attention, which is great.
All right. Thank you.
All right, cool. Remind me to show you how to do it. Sometimes I forget because I get too
Okay.
excited. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
No worries. Good question, Rain. Keep them coming. All right. Has everyone been able to stretch and get their coffee or get their water and is ready to go on to the next topic? Everybody sound off, please. I don't know, take names.
Are you guys ready for the next topic?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. Noi, we good? Okay. Sorry, there. Christine.
Yes, sir. I'm back.
Okay, just making sure. Okay. Right. So let's move on to the next topic. And Rain's question was a really good seg. into our next topic, which is working with frames. So basically, there are several frames that you can create in InDesign. Okay, you have your shape or your shapes. Okay, you have your text frames. Okay, for your InDesign objects. Okay, basically, frames are containers for any object that you draw in InDesign, okay, or you add to your InDesign document. So, for example, if I have, let me start a new document here. Okay. Like I said, new document. There we go. And again, I am moving too fast for my screen.
I think your screen is not shared yet, sir.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
Yep, perfect. Thanks for reminding me. Like I said, it is just there. You guys seeing it now?
Yes, sir.
All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes.
So I started a new document. Okay. Because of some of the settings that I've done in the past, I have a document with column guides. That's where you're seeing more lines on my page. Okay. We'll get to that. Let me just close this and start a new one. And this time I will set this to 0. I just want one page. Okay, and let's create that. Okay, so I now have a page, a single page here. I can actually create, different frames in my document. I can create a text frame using the type tool. Okay, I can create a frame that's a placeholder for my photo using the rectangle frame tool. And I can create a shape, okay, using the ellipse tool. So that creates a shape versus a frame, which is a placeholder or a container, versus a text frame. Okay, with InDesign, you know that it's a text frame, and they've made it really, really obvious. Text frames now render with the letter O somewhere in the bottom right. Your text frames also have extra anchor points or extra nibs that show up. This is the import of your text frame, and this is the output. Those two ports serve a very specific purpose. Okay. It's how you can actually get copy to flow from this frame to this frame. So if I were to place, document, books, if I were to place a document that I have here into this frame, it'll flow from here all the way to here and stop there, because that's where I asked it to stop. Okay. So text frames have these extra buttons, the import and the output. Okay. That's a difference between a text frame versus this object right here, which is a rectangle frame in this case. Okay. This is meant to be a placeholder for a picture. So while I'm doing my layout, okay, and I haven't decided what photo to use, but I want to reserve the space for a nice photo, I can use the rectangle frame. Okay, so I can create my mock-up for my layout ahead of time, even before my content arrives. Okay. So I know that this is the feel that I want, or the look that I want for my page. I can then set up the rectangle frame. And then, okay, we have the actual shape. And in this case, it's the ellipse. Okay, I can have my ellipse filled and apply a different stroke color to it as well. Okay, so that's my ellipse right there. This is a shape. Okay, this is a frame, and this is a text frame. Now, this text frame, okay, one of the things that I did say, right, is that the fewer frames you have on your page, the better. Okay, so let me just delete this, scale this, right? So let's say on this page, I want to have 2 columns, okay, in my frame, in my text frame. Instead of creating 2 separate text frames, okay, with, honestly, I'm not sure if it's available in CS6, but instead of creating 2 separate frames, you can actually break this up into multiple columns. For CC users, if you select a text frame and you choose, and you look at your control panel, you should have this option right here, which lets you change the number of columns of text in your text frame. So if I switch this, Rain, I think this is, this is one of the things I was mentioning, or related to your question earlier. So just make this 2, and you now have 2 text frames inside, or 2 text columns, okay, inside your single frame. All right. So if I were to add copy to this by placing, it now flows, instead of just one big frame, it now flows into 2 columns. Okay. And it's achieved through this button right here. If, Joe, do you have that option in do you have a control panel in CS6? Joe?
I have a
You have this option here?
concern. For
Yeah.
some reason, I'm not seeing the control for the columns in my.
How big is your screen?
I'm not sure.
Or are you using a laptop?
I'm gonna share my screen.
Yeah,
Is
go
it
ahead.
is that okay?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Screen to share. Is it working now?
Give me a sec. All right. So, Christine, I am seeing your screen, and that's okay. So your control panel doesn't show that. Right. It's because you don't have first you have to create a text frame.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Okay.
Use your type tool and create your frame and select, that was the page tool that you had selected. There you go, perfect. Click that, drag that out, and you'll see that you have, well, okay, so it's not there. Click on paragraph formatting controls over here to the left.
Over here to the left. Okay.
Yep, and there it is.
Okay. I got you. Thank you, sir.
No problem. Okay, So yes, and hopefully that question also benefited everyone else.
Uh,
Yeah, right.
uh, just a quick question again.
Yep, go for it.
How do you set up the size of the margin for the frames?
Right. Okay. To set up your margins, you would go to there are two ways. Okay. Let me show you. And of course, I am zoomed in. Okay, all right. So to set up your margins, there are two ways. One, if you already have the margins, or if you already have the document set up, okay, no big deal. You just go to Layout, Margins and Columns, and you can change your margins right here. Okay. If
Is that applicable for all of the frames that will be made inside the document?
All right. Now, here's the rub. Okay, or here's the limit to this. This will only apply to the page that you have selected. Okay. If you want to change the margin settings, okay, for all the pages in your document, you would have to switch to a special page. You would go to the master page, go to Layout, Margins and Columns. Of course, you only do this if you've already created your document. Okay, so that's the condition here. Only do this if you go through these steps. If you've created your document, all right. If you already have your document, you go to Margins and Columns, right, and then you change your settings. So let's say I want 1/2 inch. By the way, InDesign's smart enough to do conversions for you. Right? The default unit of measure is points and picas in InDesign. But you can do an override. So if I know that I have to set up a document that has margins that run across 1/2 inch, okay, all sides, InDesign will convert that for you. You type in the unit of measure itself. So I typed in 0.5 inch, which actually translates to 3P0. Okay. 3 pica is 0 points. Okay. So I'm getting ahead of myself. Is everyone, I don't expect everyone to be, but does everyone have a basic understanding of the point unit of measure?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Right, cool. So if I set my type size to 72 points in the real world, in the physical world, how tall is that? Okay, roughly, all right, just easy to remember, easy number. 72 points is equal to 1 inch. Okay.
Okay, good to know.
Yes, so when you're doing a layout, if you set something at 72 point type size, that roughly translates to an inch tall. Okay, inch tall in your document, right? So and that's so I'm segging into this right now, which is the unit of measure by the default unit of measure of InDesign. It uses the point and pica system, okay, by default, where point is 1/72 of an inch, or 1 inch equals 72 points, and the pica is 1/6, okay, of an inch. Okay, so pica is usually larger, is the larger unit of measure.
Okay.
This is,
Question.
yeah, go for it.
What unit do you normally use?
I leave it at default, which is points and picas. But, okay, so I just had to explain the unit of measure, okay? And it also depends, by the way, on where you are in the world, okay, your location. If you have, or if you're in Europe and you use the metric system, or the country you're in uses the metric system, InDesign will lock into that and show everything, all your units of dimension, okay, in millimeters. All right. If your language that you use in InDesign is US, it will switch it over to points and picots by default. Okay.
Okay.
Now brings me to my next thing. Okay. If you want to change the unit of measure for your document only, for this document only, for example, okay, I would right click and choose whatever it is I need. Go over to this area right here where the two rulers intersect. That's called the 0 point. Okay. Right click and you can choose the unit of measure, your preferred unit of measure. Okay.
Different question, sir.
Sorry,
How do you show your bleed area, the outline?
this line here, it's actually in the document. It's part of my document setup. When we go to working, setting up a document, I'll get into detail.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. And now here, back to Rain's. Sorry, I again got ahead of myself and forgot about Rain's question. How do I change the margin settings? So this document's already created, right? I partially got into it. I went to layout and I go to margins and columns. I am in the master page, so I would change my margins and columns settings. So let's say I need just 1/4 of an inch margin all over. That made it smaller and narrower for everything. So now if I go to my document page, I now have a narrower margin altogether. This is where the old margin used to be. You only do that for, if you wanted to apply it to the entire document, you apply it to the master page, 1. 2, you only do that, you only have to go through those steps if you have the document already created. Okay, or you could have gone to document setup, okay, and change your margins here too. Okay. Sorry, I just had to go the harder way, and now I'm showing you the easy way. Okay. So margins can be set up here. This applies to the entire document. All right. You can also change your paper size. And this is also where you can change your bleed settings. Right now it's set to a 3mm bleed all throughout. If let's say I need 1/4 of an inch bleed, I can set that up. Okay, and that's my bleed. When I click on OK, now my bleed area is larger. Okay, but usually 3mm bleed is more than enough. It won't, you don't lose much information from your edge-to-edge photo. And at the same time, it meets the requirement of avoiding white space. Any other questions?
Yep. Could you do that again, sir? The word to do the document
File, document setup.
file document setup.
Okay. Choose that. There it is.
Okay,
That's where you can change stuff around.
got it.
Okay. Right. Okay, so that's the document setup.
Hello?
Yep.
Hello?
Yes.
Can I ask you something?
Yep.
What is the purpose of the document bleeding?
All right. Here, let me show you. Okay. Even better. Where was that? Sorry, just looking for it, and I know that it's here, and I know that it is here. And I know that I have one right here. Okay. All right, so this is the cover. Okay, this is the cover that I have in my document. This document, right? Wrong document. Sorry, I opened the wrong document. Bear with me. I want to open this one. Okay. So let me just go quickly to page 1. All right. So Rain, this is my bleed area. Yeah? Okay, this is my page.
Okay.
The margins are here. Okay. So this is the edge of the page. And then when I export this to PDF, basically what InDesign is going to do is add the bleed area to the PDF so that when it's output, you get these marks right here. Are you seeing my PDF that I have with all these nice little buttons and marks?
No,
Yes.
sorry.
Oh, okay. Let me share my screen. How about now?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yay! Great. Okay, so this is the bleed area that we've extended our edge-to-edge photo to. So it's here. So that when this page is trimmed, because if I trim it to right here, there's a chance that I'll get white space, right? If I left my photo over just to the edge of the page, there may be a chance that I would have, when it's trimmed to the actual size, there'd be white space. Setting
Okay.
up the bleed area and extending the photo over into the bleed area ensures that when it's trimmed to these two, you see my crosshairs right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, when it's trimmed to this part right here, when it's cut, the paper is cut, you will not get any white space. There's very little information, about 3 millimeters of information lost during the trim. Okay?
Okay.
All right, so that's what bleed is for. Okay, I'm going to stop that. Share my screen again and go back to InDesign. Okay, so that's what the bleed area is for. It's to ensure that there's no unexpected white space. Okay, let's go back to our frames. Are we clear about the difference between text frames, graphic frames, and shapes? Please say yes.
Yep.
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, just another question.
Yep.
Can you convert a shape into a image
Yes.
placeholder?
Yes. I just wanted to be clear first before I get into that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. It's a good question. But yeah, so I'm going to put this aside here and create my shape, okay, or my text frame. So I have 3 frames here, the 3 different frames that we can have. I can leave it the way it is. All right, now, 3 different frames. So I have my text frame, I have my graphic frame, okay, and I have my shape. Okay. As long as there's no content, there's nothing inside, you can still switch them over. So I'm doing my mock-up for my layout. I realize I made a mistake. I want to make this a picture. So I would, instead of using a text frame, all I have to do is right-click on it and then choose Content, and I choose Graphic. It will switch it over and draw the cross. Okay? And if, let's say, this needs to change to an assigned or shape itself, I right-click again, and I choose Content, and then I choose Unassigned. It then converts it into a shape. Okay. The other thing about working with frames in InDesign is that you can convert these existing objects. You can convert one frame to shape, one shape or another. So, for example, I want to make this an ellipse. I would go to Object, Transform. Convert shape, and make it rounded rectangle. I'm making an ellipse, and it's an ellipse. If I need to draw a star in InDesign, so I choose my shape, I go click on this little button here and choose Polygon tool. All right, Polygon tool lets me draw polygons or many-sided shapes. Okay, the default is a hexagon. All right, so I just delete that. And let's say I need a star. Okay, I want to turn this hexagon into a 5-sided star. So I just choose my selection tool. Remember, the selection tool is the tool you use to pick up or select objects on your page. Click on that. And I would go ahead and double click my polygon tool, set the number of sides, set the inset, and click on OK. And I now have a star. Okay. The polygon tool controls the number of sides. As long as there's no content in any of your frames, you have the liberty and freedom to do whatever it is you need to do with your frames. You can resize, scale, reshape, change the shape altogether of the objects. Clear?
Okay.
Do I need to show the polygon settings again?
Yeah.
Yes, please, or no?
Yes, please.
All right. So just as long as you have any polygon tool exposed or shown, and just like any Adobe application, to show hidden tools, click and hold, it exposes the tool or shows the tool, and you can switch to it. So the polygon tool, all you have to do, if I need to start, double click my polygon tool, change the number of sides. Let's say I need a 20 inset. Inset is the amount of space it creeps in. And let's say I need a 20 inset, 30-sided star. Boom. Now I have it. All right, so yeah, if you need to create a quick violator, this is a really easy way to do so. Okay. Change the number of sides of your shape by just double clicking the polygon tool, assigning the values, and click on OK. And you're all set. Okay. So, how to set up different, or how to transform your shapes. Okay. All right, next up, frames, down. Let me clean things up. Okay, I want to keep this. I can keep this. Just put this over to the side and right click and choose content and make it graphic. Delete this. Okay. Now, so I have some copy here. I have a nice placeholder for a picture here, which I will add content to. Let's go to lesson 10. All right, so I have a picture in my frame now. Let me just tidy things up. All right. Let's position this over there, over there, over there. Okay, so there will be cases, or there will be times that you have a layout, right? And on your layout, you want a picture that helps sell the story. Okay? But your picture, of course, has to be positioned on the page. And sometimes your picture will overlap your copy. How do you fix that? Right. That's what, you remember that panel we added earlier called text wrap? Okay. Let's go to Window, Text Wrap. That's what this panel is for. Select your picture. Right. Right now there's text behind it. Select your picture and click Wrap Around Bounding Box. Your text will move away from it. Keeping the story readable. So again, that's text wrap. So I go to Window, Text Wrap. That's how you can set or push copy away from your picture. All right. If I have a circle, I can choose to wrap around the bounding box or the object shape. If I have a star, I can choose bounding box, or sorry, shape right away, so that it conforms to the shape of that star. Right? Now, how do you avoid these little fragments? It makes it hard to read.
No stroke.
Actually, there is a control right here in the text wrap. What I'm referring to are these little fragments of text. Right? 6 a.m. rolled around. Big space when I noted damp streets outside. This just gets in the way. You can either scale your, or if you're stuck with it, all you have to do is change your wrap options and choose largest area. Because this area is larger, it stops and then goes straight there. And forgoes putting copy in here. So that's how you set it up. Okay? So text wrap, wrap around object shape, bounding box. That's the difference. The bounding box is this rectangle. The actual shape is the ellipse. Okay?
Hello.
Yes. Rain.
Can we also put a PNG file
Yes, you may.
so the text will still wrap around the image on the
Yes.
PNG?
Yes. InDesign's actually smart enough to see that.
Okay.
Although, before you work with PNGs, a warning, check with your print provider, your printer, your print service bureau. The people that are going to output your file for you. So let's say you're going to send it to a printing press. Check first with them if their workflow or their machine allows for the use of PNG files.
Okay. But what if you wanted to print it on an ordinary printer? Is it
Yeah,
okay?
your desktop printer, it's fine.
Okay.
Sir,
Yes.
can you still put spaces on uh, for this object, like the what do you call this, like margin or small spaces with this object, you with the text wrap?
Okay. Are you sharing your screen?
No, sir. Your screen, like what you do the text wrap,
Go ahead.
and as you can see, it's beside the.
If you want to increase the
So yeah,
space,
if yeah, can you put a little more? How
yeah,
to put a little more space?
how to add space to it because it's too
Yes,
tight.
sir. Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you.
so you click on this. Click on the object that is creating the text wrap, and you adjust the inset. This thing here.
Thank you, sir.
No worries, and thanks for asking. Okay, so it adjusts it right there. Okay. The higher your value, the more space. This button makes all the settings the same. So if I need to just make a change to one side without affecting the others, I would deselect this button.
Okay.
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 Just another question.
Yep.
How do you put a background image for each frame?
Background image for each frame. What do you mean? You want to put it?
For example, you want something under the text,
Hmm. That's
it's
when
like
you
an image.
right. Okay. That's when you would. Yes. Sorry, still stuck in the. You were asking me about a PNG file. All right. Unfortunately, the clipping path here. Yeah. Okay. So if you want to avoid these little spaces right here, you can either adjust the position of your characters, all right, or you can say largest area. Okay, so it avoids those little spaces. Okay. Ideally, you would not want to use something like this in a layout. I'm just demoing. Okay. Now, if I wanted a background photo for each frame, that's when instead of applying text wrap, I would say no text wrap. Okay. And then I would go to Object, Arrange, and Send to Back. So it now sits behind the copy.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I would use this technique if I wanted to add texture. Okay, I would create, I would set up, I'd use a grayscale image or a light image and then send that to back using it as my background for the copy. Right? Something light, something faint, so that it doesn't affect the readability. Okay?
Thank you.
Praise. Okay, next. Text wrap, covered. Just check my. Frames. All right. Questions on text wrap before I move on? Clear?
Yep.
Clear, sir.
Okay, clear so far. Cool. Okay. Now, when working with frames, I just need another page. I need an empty page here. Okay, so I have an empty page. When working with shapes or when working with objects on your page, if you want to align them, that's what the align panel is for. Okay. But aligning objects using the align panel takes things a step further. So let's have 3 rectangles right here. If you want to get technical, yeah, technically it's a square and 2 squares in a rectangle. Don't argue. All right, so I have my shapes right here. If I want to align my objects to the top of each other, I would then choose align top, right? Makes sense. The pictures or the icons tell me what they do. Align left, center, right, top, center, bottom. Okay. I can choose to distribute my objects and use a particular spacing here. Okay. And distribute the objects using a particular space. So let's say I want them all distributed at 3 millimeters. That's when I would say 3 mm. And then I distribute my objects from their centers horizontally, right? So the horizontal centers, these squares, right, these anchor points right here in the center of my squares, are distributed 3 millimeters from each other. But if I want to just make them sit 3 millimeters apart, that's when I use distribute spacing. And then I distribute them vertically. So they are now horizontally. So they're now 3 millimeters apart from each other. Exactly 3 millimeters apart. Now, when working with the align panel, the object, so if I select all the objects, the first object I selected becomes the key object. That's what everything aligns to. Okay? But if I want control, I want to tell InDesign what I want to be aligned to, I would then choose the shape after making the selection. The heavier outline indicates where the alignment will happen. So if I align the tops of these squares, there. If I choose to align the bottoms to this square right here, there. Okay. So your key object is selectable in InDesign CC. Not sure if CS6 supports that. Okay, this was built into or baked into the product later on, but the align panel should be there. Okay. Questions? Yes, no, maybe?
No, so far.
Okay. Right. Um, align. Okay. Now you're not stuck to just shapes and the objects on your page. Okay. If I need these squares or these rectangles to sit dead center of my page, I can simply select this, and in the align panel, I click this button. I can now align to margins or to the page itself. So I'm going to choose align to page. That's my page right here. I want it to sit dead center, so I select all of them, and then I align vertical centers. And they're aligned. This now is the dead center of my letter size 8.5 by 11 page. If I want to center this horizontally, let me just, yeah, still usable, but it's going to align everything. If I want to center this, what I would first do, what you have to first do, is group your objects. You go to Object, Group, so that they stay in place in reference to each other, and then you center. And then you can go ahead and ungroup. So now they're all centered on the page. Easy. Okay, so that's the align panel. Questions?
Hello.
Yep.
How do you create different pages in one document?
Right. It's here in Document Setup. Okay. The number, you can input the number of pages from the get-go, right? Or you can add pages here. If you want control over where they start getting added. You can insert pages, and you can insert before page. Say I need 4 pages before page 2. This is going to be my back cover, for example. Okay.
Question, sir.
Yes.
What if your next text frame is on the next page? Can you still connect them?
Yes. But
Okay.
of course, that's the beauty of InDesign. All I had to do was click on this button right here. Sorry, let me just zoom in. Okay. So again, still working with frames, right? So I have this text frame. This button right here tells me that there's more to the story that has to be input or shown. Okay. The plus sign. So all I have to do is click on it, go over to the page where I want to add the rest of my content, and I click. All right. So I can now flow copy from one page to another. flow an entire story one page to another. That's the purpose of InDesign. Okay, and because I need more, let's say here, I'm gonna apply text wrap again. Okay. It'll reflow. And now if you notice, I have overset again. Okay.
Hello.
Yo.
Can you duplicate one page?
Yes, but why is my question.
For example, you wanted to use the specific templates margins on that page, so you just wanted to change the text and placeholders.
Right, got it. That's when the master page comes in handy. Okay, and we'll get into master pages later on. Okay, but
Okay.
yeah, basically, remember when I was doing my tips, right? Use a document template is what I said, and your document template is actually your master page. So here, for example, instead of having to redo these things, these footers and headers that I have in my document, right? They're not on the actual pages. They're on the master page. No matter how I try, I will not be able to select them because they're part of something else in my document. They are all part of the master page. So
Okay.
if you have recurring elements such as background colors, I would consider putting them on the master page. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
All right. And we'll get into that after we finish working with frames. And yes, it'll be more interactive because we'll actually be working on setting up a document. Right. I just need to get the basics down pat.
Okay.
Cool. Okay. Frames, there. Let me just check something here. All right. For the people that have taken Illustrator, InDesign has very similar layers panel, or has very similar layer behavior to Illustrator. They're more object-based than they are, they're not pixel-based layers. So InDesign is more similar to Illustrator than it is to Photoshop when it comes to working with layers. All right. Like I said, InDesign's layers are object-based. And I would use layers in InDesign to lock away content from accidental editing. In this document, I have two layers, layer 1 and layer 2. Layer 1 I would use to keep or as a layer for all my text objects. And I would put, okay, if I don't want any edits to happen, accidental edits, I would put my pictures on layer 2. Okay. So here, for example, I can move all these, well, this picture that I have selected into that layer, okay, into layer 2 to ensure, and then lock layer 2 so I don't edit its position by accident. I can work that way in InDesign. That's one use of layers. Okay. Apart from, of course, being able to organize stuff and stack objects one on top of the other. When we start working with InDesign, it'll become clearer. Right. But just remember, within a layer, you can have multiple objects, and those objects can be stacked on top of each other. But if, let's say, object A is on layer 1, in this case, and object B is in layer 2, you won't be able to stack object A on top of object B because they're in two separate layers. Right? Questions? Did what I just say make sense? Have I bored everyone and put everyone to sleep?
Not quite.
Great. Okay. So there's. If I need to move an object from one layer to another, I would first select the object, and in this case it's here, this object right here. So I go to my layers panel, I select the object by clicking this button, all right? And I can drag this over here, so it now is on layer 2. So if I hide layer 2, that thing gets hidden. If I show layer 2 again, and I hide layer 1, right? It shows and hides all the objects on the layer. But the point being is that that's how you move objects from one layer to another.
Okay.
I'll reinforce. Sorry, yes?
Those images are not affected by the margin, the margin of your columns?
Yes. The gutter or the space between your columns, these spaces here, they're basically guides. Okay. InDesign doesn't force objects away or away from it or toward it. It is basically just there to guide you as to where to position things.
I got you.
Right? So it's more of a suggestion than a rule. Okay. Right. So that is why, yeah, and that's one of. Thanks for asking, for clarity and for the class's benefit as well. All right. So that.
Hello.
Yes.
When you click hide on the layers, and you save the document,
It'll stay hidden.
it will still save it.
Yes. It'll save everything that you have in your document and even the layer visibility. So if I save this document with layer 2 hidden, when I open this document again, layer 2 is going to be hidden.
I mean, if you save it as PDF file.
Yes. If this is hidden and I export this as a PDF, it'll stay hidden.
Oh, okay.
By default, it'll stay hidden. There's an option to show hidden layers, I think, when you export the PDF. But yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
When you mentioned about PDF, exporting PDF, how about importing PDF? Will still that work, or will that work or no?
You can actually work with PDF files in InDesign, but it imports it as an image.
Okay.
All right. And if you want to import multiple page PDFs into a document, it is possible. You would just go when we go to import importing options. I'll dwell more on this, but really, because InDesign lets you place when import, you have more control over how things get brought in. Okay. But yes, you can import PDF files, and when you do so, InDesign imports it as an image, whether it has copy and just and pictures.
Can you create maybe it's covered this class link from, like, for example, like indexing
Yes.
link different page or even text?
Right. What's your purpose? For navigation?
Yeah, navigation.
Okay.
It's kind of like if you want to like the index. I don't know if that's what's the term for that.
So if you want to create an index, InDesign actually has, right? I can show you, but no exercise for this. Okay. And if we have time for that tomorrow, I will show you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
No worries. But the added bonus is that by default, if you export to PDF from InDesign and you set up a table of contents, for example, properly in InDesign, and I'll show you how to do so, all the, let me just, oh, yes, I do have it. Your table of contents actually becomes navigation. It converts them to bookmarks. And you can navigate. Let me see if I did it. Not in this case. I didn't create bookmarks here. Yep. No hyperlinks. All right. But when we set up a document, I will show you how to do it. How to create bookmarks, and this is when exporting. How to create bookmarks, and I will, if I finish all the topics early, we'll talk about creating an index. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. No worries. Right. So that concludes our discussion on frames and how to work with them in design. The next topic that we have is setting up a document and working with master pages. Before we get into that, I don't know about you guys, but I'm up for a break. Why don't we
Yeah, I'm ready for a break.
Yes, sir.
take a 15-minute break? Cool. So yes, this is a CD booklet sized layout, right? And if you take a look at it, I mean, there are common elements all throughout. You would have the footer, okay, on showing at the bottom of every page, right? Page numbers, okay, like so, right? And you know, even the titles are thought of ahead of time. Okay. So planning ahead helps us decide, you know, what the common elements are, right? Where they're going to show, and you know, lets us get more creative and evolve the document from something as already good to even better. Right? Same layout, right? And then you add in a page, get in cover page or cover. Okay. This was too bare, so decision was made to add, right, some information and a photo that would enrich the layout itself. And since it's a catalog, right, all these elements, it's set up for 2 columns for easy reading. Okay. Everything's separated like so. So, and you know, everything's deliberate. Okay. You can start with something simple and then evolve it into this. But the whole point is, before you even start anything, sketch it out, draw it out, plan. Here, for example, this is a very, very well planned document. Okay. It looks simple. Okay. It looks very simple, right? But if you break it down into bits, see how the reader's eye is being led throughout the entire layout. Because we're raised in Western cultures, okay, and we read from left to right, this document takes advantage of that. This picture would not make as much sense. It doesn't have the same impact if I were to scale this and fill the entire area. Right? I'd have no space for my title. If I were to hide, it just doesn't work the same way. Right? It doesn't show the full picture. I don't get there's not enough space. So this layout creatively makes use of those limitations, the limitation of this photo, and uses basically UX, okay? Where it thinks of, okay, everyone's going to read from left to right, so might as well lead the eye where I want it to go. Starts here, Mangia, restaurant profile, which is the title of the section, and you go down to the name of the restaurant being featured, ends up with a photo, which is probably, you know, which is a limitation, or a limited photo. I mean, it could be, and when you work at a magazine, you're stuck with whatever's been sent to you more often than not, especially if it's an advertorial. Okay, so this uses negative space and the limiting photo right here, and calls the attention back to where you need to be by way of size or scale, and through a drop cap that calls attention right here. So the eye is being led there, there, there. Story continues, break in the monotony, continues. This is where attention should be, and secondary is here until it reaches these areas here. So this layout is actually very, very well planned. It may look simple, it may look broken, but if you break it down into bits and pieces, it actually is well planned and well thought of. All right? So we have to be that deliberate, okay? And you can get a sense of scale even ahead of time by using something called a layout grid. Take a look at the second page. What do you see? How many columns do you see?
Three.
Perfect. 3. It's common throughout all sections. Here, you still have 3 columns. 1, 2, and 3. This column is equal to the width of this column. All right? So, if I were to sort of create a framework or a lattice for this document, what it would look like is a 3-column grid. It would look something like this. Sorry. Let's get out of preview mode. All right. Let's go to view. All right. Yeah. Let's, oh, no columns. Okay. All right. So taking a look, everyone agrees 3 columns, right? So if I were to set up a framework for this, I would go File, New, Document. The basic vertical framework of this is I would go Print, and I would choose Letter, and I would set my number of columns to 3. And I can put 2 pages, right? And I start with 2 pages so that they sit side by side. And I create. There's my basic framework. 3 columns, okay, which gives me my vertical guides. It divides my page vertically. I would set up another set of grids or lines that divide the page horizontally. So I can go layout. Hey. Right, I can go layout, and I can go create guides. Right, I fit it to margin. Right, I fit it to margin. Okay, and I set my number of. Okay, I'll remove existing layer guides, and I set the number of rows. Turning preview on lets me see what I'm doing. It may be faint, may not be that obvious, but I am actually seeing some guides appear on my page that divide my page into equal segments. So I'm running off a 3x5 grid here. That helps me also decide the positioning of my elements. I can increase the number of rows here on my page so that it gives me enough guides to work with, so I can position my elements very similar to this thing here. Yeah. Okay. So that's your basic grid. Okay. For this particular layout, you can increase the number of rows. Okay. So if I go create guides and I remove the existing ones, I fit into margins again. Say I think I need more than just 5, so I want to go with 7. So I have smaller divisions on my page, and that I do have. Now I can use the grid itself to decide where my elements sit. So if I needed a photo, I can have that photo sit over here. Okay. And then I would have my header banner sit over here. I can make them overlap or not, but I'm basically using the layout grid that I have existing. And then I have my little tab over here. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Okay, this goes down. Okay, and then I have my title that sits right over here. Still using the layout grid. Okay. Even position this over here so it looks more organized. Okay. So my whole point here is that you should start working. Before you even start work, set up a grid. It helps you decide and position your elements. Decide where to position your elements. Okay. So for example, here I need my copy. I set that over here. And I can divide this into 3 columns, which I'm not seeing right now because my screen's limited. At limited screen space, I can always go to Object, Text Frame Options, and break that up into 2 or 3. So I now have 3 columns of copy, and if I were to place anything in here, go to Documents, go to Books, Lessons, go to Lesson 5. Flow. So it flows into 3 columns. And if I were to do the same here, so I now have text flowing in 3 columns, continues there. I can then create a separate frame for that recipe box and so on. That's the use of the layout grid. Okay. These lines help me decide where to put them, where to put the elements, and they help divide the page into equal segments, helping me decide where to put things. So I can come up with a layout very similar to this. And this, the layout grid also helps me decide how wide this column is. Okay. This is basically a combination of the 2 columns that we have. Now, here comes the fun part. What I'd like everyone to do is start setting up a document on your own. Okay. Now, so let's go ahead and let me stop sharing. Okay. What I'd like everyone to do is set up a new document. Okay. Go File, New Document, choose the print setting so that it presents you with print sizes for your paper or your document. Choose letter size to begin with. And okay. So letter size, new document. Let's set up 8 pages, and let's start with page 1. So what did I just say? Okay. For you to do here, let me show you, and then you can go ahead and do it. All right. So share, InDesign, share. Yeah. So let's go File, New Document. We would choose Print and choose Letter. Okay, as the size. Then switch over here to the right. Okay. And then number of pages, we want 8. And we want it to start on page 2. For the number of columns, let's just leave it. Actually, no. Let's set this up with 5 columns. And then for bleed and slug, we set this to 3 millimeters. Make sure this is highlighted so it's does it all the same for all sites. Slug, we keep it as it is, and we go ahead and create. All right. After you set up your document, can you please start sharing your screens so I can check? All right, cool. All right, Mayor Lord, very good. John, very good. Awesome. Thank you, Christine. Jonah. All right, 5 columns. All right, and this is, yep, good. Thank you, Noi. So go ahead, set it up. Yep, you're right. 5, yes. Everything looks good. Can you scroll up, please? Perfect. Click create. Awesome. That's what we need. Okay. That's where this is what we need. So Joe. Joe. If you need help, let me know. I know that what you saw on screen is different from what you're probably seeing on your screen. So do you mind sharing so I can guide you and walk you through? Let's come back to Joe. Lark, have you shared?
I'm sorry, I'm using my phone right now. I'm away from my desk.
Oh, okay. No worries. Joe, you there?
Joe, hello? Joe, are you still there?
Yes po.
Okay, good. You
Uh,
need help? Can you share your screen and I can talk you through it? Or have you set it up already? Spacebar. Spacebar to unmute, Joe.
Joe, you may use the space bar to unmute yourself. You may want to share your screen.
Yeah, because the next steps, we have to figure this, get this solid first before we can continue. There you go.
She's not responding.
No,
So
she has.
I think we can proceed.
Thanks, Joe. All right. So, yes, your document setup is very different. All right. So let's close this. Go ahead and close this document. Exit out right here. Okay. And why did I lose you, Joe? Joe, are you still sharing your screen?
It's I think it's John's screen.
Yeah, I'm seeing John's. There you go.
Yeah. Joe is sharing her screen, yeah, there.
Why am I not able to see it? I'm getting frustrated. There you go. Okay. All right. So let's close this document. Show. Close the document that you have. Cancel that, please. Click this X here in the tab. Click the X here. Okay. So cancel that. Close this. Close it here. Okay, good. No, don't save it. No. Okay. Now let's go to File. Oops. We exited out of InDesign altogether, I think. So let's start InDesign again, please. Cool. There. Just wait for it. Shouldn't be long. Okay. Okay. So let's go to File. Is InDesign crashing? All right, cool. So let's go new document. Yep, that's cool. All right. Let's do that again. File new, please. Okay. Document. All right, stop. Number of pages 8. Here. No. Here. Pages. Higher. Here. Are you seeing my mouse pointer? There. Okay, cool. Yes. 8. Start page 2. The box right below there. Yep. 2. Okay. For the number of columns, let's set that to 5. Okay. Click more options. Good.
Sorry, my screen is the same as 5 minutes ago. What's happening?
Ah. I'm just talking through setting up your document. Stand by.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Right. And for the bleed area, type in 3 mm here. So highlight, replace all of that, type in 3 mm. Oops. That was the space bar. 3 mm. Good. Now click on OK. Bingo. So now there you have it. Okay. So great. We're all now on all where we have to be. Okay, let me start sharing my screen again. And hopefully everyone's seeing my screen now.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes,
All right,
sir.
good. Okay, so here we have our document. It's all set up. We have our column guides. Okay. And what we want to do next is create the vertical guides that are going to divide this page into smaller sections. Okay. And how does one do that? Right? If I do it here on this page itself, on my actual document page, it's only going to add those guides onto these 2 pages in the spread, page 2 and 3. It won't add it to all the pages. So where I want to be is actually in the master page. Okay. So what I'd like everyone to do now is pop out their pages panel. Okay. You should see it in your panel well. It's the first panel there. Click out the pages, click the pages panel. It'll pop it out just very similarly to how it looks on my screen. Okay. And the trick isn't to select all the pages. You only have to select one spread. this spread right here, that master spread. So double click the word or the title A master. What you should see on your screens is that the A master is highlighted, the phrase or the name, and the 2 pages that represent the 2-page thumbnails for the A master are highlighted as well. And if you look at here in the status bar, look at the status bar, you should see A master. If all those conditions are true on your computers or in your copies of InDesign, then we are good to proceed with the next steps. Are you all seeing A master highlighted and A master in the status bar? Sound off, please.
I'm good.
Yes.
Okay. Who else?
I'm okay.
Yes, sir. Good.
Okay,
Okay na.
if you say so. Anyone else? Everyone good? Take silence as a yes. So we have, we're on the A master, which is very important because this is where all our document pages are actually controlled. Anything I do here on these pages right here will happen or will take effect as well on all my document pages. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create those guides automatically. Now, this is great. Okay, before I create the automatic guides, I'd like to show you how to create guides to begin with. Okay, you don't have to do this. I just want to show you. All right, to create a ruler guide that sits on the page itself, say a vertical guide, I drag from the vertical ruler down. Okay, when I drag onto a page, it creates a page guide. So it sits on the page only. If I drag from the ruler onto the pasteboard, it creates a spread guide. So it's a guide that spans the entire spread. Okay? So page guide, spread guide, okay? Depending on what I want. So if I want a guide that spans both pages, I drag to the pasteboard. If the pasteboard is not visible, it's fine. Just drag down and press the command or the control key if you're using Windows. And release, then release the command key. It creates a spread guide for you. Okay? So either drag to the pasteboard for a spread guide or press the command or control key to create your spread guide. Clear? Taking silence as yes. All right. Now, so we have our spread guide. That's how you manually create these guides. And it's great if you're being paid by the minute. You can take the time of day to accurately spread everything out and position all your guides. Okay? Now, how I did it earlier was I was on the master page. You have to be on the master page. Go to layout and choose create guides. Right? After you choose create guides, just put in 7 here for rows. For columns, we ignore that. Okay? Leave the gutter at default. So that's the space between your rows or your row guides. Okay? Fit guides to margins, please. And check this box. Remove existing ruler guides to ensure that it deletes or clears out all ruler guides. And then you click on OK. That creates your ruler guides for you. And if you look at your page, it's now divided into a grid, a small grid that you can use, right? I know that there is, if you don't have to do this, I'm just showing you. If you go to view and you go to grids and guides, you can choose to show the document grid. All right, but This is an all-purpose grid. You can use it, it's fine, but it doesn't, I mean, to me, it just gets in the way. The units of the grid are just too discrete. So I go and go back to view, grids and guides, and I choose to hide the document grid. Instead, I'm going to stick with this custom grid that I came up with. Okay. Right. So now we have our framework, and we can start adding elements onto this page. Right. Now, what I'd like everyone to do is go File, Save As. Save it on your desktops, please, as my first document. Sound off when you're done.
Done.
Awesome. Anyone else?
Sir. Done.
Done.
I'm done.
Okay. Right. Okay, so we've created our first document. We've set up our first document with a layout grid. Okay. Now we're going to do some other stuff. Okay. We're going to start adding header and footer elements. Okay. Just make sure that you're still on the master page. Okay. Just make sure that a master is what's highlighted here in the pages panel, or at least the two thumbnails. Okay. If those conditions are met, then we're all set. Okay. Okay. Now, we're not going to put our elements in the page, within the page margins. We're going to make them sit below the margins and above. Okay. So what we're going to do is something very similar to the handout, okay, just for demonstration and just for the purposes of this exercise. Okay. Very similar to the handout that we set up, that I showed you earlier, rather. So let's choose the type tool. Take a look at my screen first before you start doing. Okay. I'm a big fan of gross motor action. I don't like tiptoeing and making these little squares that, yes, you can actually draw a text frame right about here that fits right in there. Okay. But I mean, that takes time and fine motor skill. Big fan of gross motor action. So what I'll do is I'll just create a text frame from the edge of the page all the way to the top margin, okay, and then drag it out all the way to the right side column. Done. So it's all set there. Okay, so it's there, right? And what I'm going to do is vertically justify my text. Okay, instead of me having to try and approximately center my text frame vertically, I'm just going to go to Object, Text Frame Options, and I switch over and pay attention to this area here, Vertical Justification, and I choose Center, and I click on OK. Notice now my cursor is blinking in the center of my frame. Okay, so that's going to be one of our frames, right? Now, I'd like everyone to try to do that. So create a text frame from the top of the page all the way to the top margin and end it over here on the right hand margin, started, of course, on the left hand margin. All right, and when you're done, share your screens. All right, good. Perfect, Jonah. John? Yep, I see it. Good. Can you click in? Perfect. Very good. Next. Who's up? All right, Joe? Yep.
I'm sorry, sir. How do you center it again?
You would go on your screen, you go to Object. Hold on, please. You would go Object, Text Frame Options, and here, let me share my screen.
I got it.
Okay, good. All right. So Joe, yep, good work. All right, Christine, perfect. Lord. Right, good. Noi, how are we doing? Your InDesign is a bit off. There you go. Yep. Yay. Right, good. Perfect. Okay. So that, all right, thank you for sharing your screens, gentlemen and ladies. Let me switch back to mine and share. Okay. So here we have, so we've basically done that. I'd also like to show you another trick, how to work faster in InDesign. Okay. You can actually, instead of copying and pasting, you can do a copy drag. Okay. So instead of having to do the same thing, although it only takes a few seconds, I know, sure, yes, but I mean, you'd still have to draw out your frame and then correct it if you make a mistake and all that, right? So instead of doing that, you just take this frame right here, right? Choose your selection tool, click on the frame, press the Alt key, and drag. That creates a copy. When you release, it creates a copy, okay? And then you can select both, right? Press the Alt key, and then drag downward this time, and position it in the bottom margin, and I release. Now I have 4 frames that are all centered vertically. I don't have to worry about fiddling with the margin or the space. You know, I don't have to worry about my header and footer being cut off. I basically have more than the bleed area for my header and footer gap. Okay. So could you all do that, please? You don't have to share your screen, as long as you're able to duplicate all of that. It may take a little bit of practice for some to do a copy drag, but basically just choose the selection tool, press the Alt key or the Option key if you're on Windows, or if you're on Mac, Alt for Windows, and then drag it across to copy drag. When you release, it creates a copy, right? When you release your mouse button is when it creates that copy.
I'm done.
Good.
I'm done.
Perfect.
sir.
Sorry, was that done or a question?
Done for now.
All right, good. Is everyone done?
I'm done.
Good,
Sir.
good, good, good. Okay, so if you're all done, okay, next thing we're going to do is we're going to add page numbers, okay, to this layout, okay? And how we add page numbers is by not physically adding the numbers themselves to the pages, but instead we do it again still here in the master page. Okay. So you choose your type tool. All right, let's start here on the left-hand side. You click into that frame, bottom left, and then right-click, insert special character, marker, current page number. So again, click into that frame, right-click to bring up the context menu, insert special character, markers, current page number. Okay. The context menu saves me the trouble of having to go to type, insert special character, marker, current page number. Okay. Now, what we're expecting to see when we go insert special character, marker, current page number is a letter A. That's fine. That's good. That means you did right. You don't expect to see a page number yet. Okay? Right. Everyone good?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good. Okay. So after you insert that special character, marker, current page number, press the space bar once to create a space between what we're going to add next. Right click again, insert special character. This time we'll choose section marker from markers. So choose section marker, and that's what we have. Okay. Now is when, if you want to, you don't have to. If you want to, you can change the formatting or the styling of your copy. But like I said, you don't have to. You just make sure that you have a space section showing. Okay. And if you do, we can now switch over to this side, the right-hand side. But we're going to do it in reverse. You right-click, insert special character, marker, section marker first, then put a space, right-click, insert special character, marker, current page number. Okay? So in doing so, we've created a mirror of what we have here. And to make it a true mirror of what we have on the left-hand side, all right, I'd like to show you a shortcut how to align right. Yes, you can just click this button right here, but if your hands are on your keyboard, right, and you still have to reach for the mouse, instead of doing that, just press Shift-Control-R for Romeo if you're on Windows, or Shift-Command-R if you're on a Mac. That aligns right. Shift-Control-L aligns left. Shift-Control-C centers. Shift-Control-R aligns right. Everyone follow so far? We good?
Yes.
Thank you, Jonah. Everyone else? Good?
Yep.
Awesome. Thanks, Christine. Gentlemen, and the remaining rows among the thorns. We good?
Yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
Sir, for Mac, what's the command?
Shift Command R to align right.
Thank you so much.
Command Shift R if you're on a Mac. If you're on Windows, Shift Control R.
Done, sir. Thank you.
Good. Awesome. Okay. Now, if everyone's done, all right, let's start looking at what we've created here. All right. From the Pages panel, pop it out. If you've had it, if you've collapsed it, pop it out and double click page 3. You'll see that there's a page number on page 3 and it shows 3. If it shows something else, then we have a problem. Hopefully everyone's showing page 3. Yes?
Yeah.
Yep.
Good.
Yes.
Yes.
Everyone good? Okay. So if everyone is showing page 3 there, you can scroll through the rest of your pages and it should, right? Right, it should show the actual page number, the physical page number of your, of whatever page you're on. Physical page numbers of your document, basically. Okay, that's how you create automatic page numbering in InDesign. Don't put it on the actual page. You put it in the master page. Okay, when it's there in the master page, and you insert the special character current page number, it dynamically creates page numbers for you in the way you formatted and the way you've positioned it. The only thing that's missing now is that it's not printing the section on, because InDesign doesn't know what section this page actually sits on. We have to tell it which section it is. And if you look closely at my screen, I'm zooming in. You see that reverse pyramid on page 2? This thing here? Okay, that indicates it is the start of a section. Okay. And you can start a new section wherever it is you want. Okay, so for example, if you want your page numbers to be for page 2 and 3, for example, we want our page numbers to be Roman numerals. Okay, we can do that. We can set it up exactly that way. And then on page 5, for example, page 2, 3, and 4, Roman numerals. Page 5, what we want is regular numbers all the way to page 9. Okay. It is doable. How do we do that? Right? So in this section, on page 2, I right-click on the thumbnail and choose numbering and section options. Okay. So everyone, let's go ahead and do that. Okay. Go to page 2, right-click on it. You can double-click page 2 if you'd like to be sure. Okay. Right-click on it, please, and then choose numbering and section options. Okay. And now take a look at my screen share. Let's go start page numbering at 2. And then for the style, right here, choose lowercase Roman numerals. And for the section marker, field, type in introduction, and click on OK. Watch what happens to your pages. Now all your pages are in Roman numerals, and they all have introduction as the section marker. Okay. If you see this, that means we did it right, and we can move on. Let me know if that's what you see throughout your document. Sound off, please.
Yeah.
Good. Who else?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Everyone got it good? Or does
Main, Lark.
Yes.
Cool.
All right.
Okay. So are we good? We're going to move on to the next part. All right. So now what we want to do is two things. We want to restart page numbering on page 5 and make that show in regular numbers. Okay. How do we do that? We choose page 5, double click, right click on it, go to numbering and section options, and start page numbering at 1, and then change our marker, or style rather, to regular numbers. For our marker, we go main, we just type in main, okay, for section marker, and we click on OK. Anything that you type into your section marker area or field is what will render on your document pages for that entire section, not just the page, but the entire section. That's how you can dynamically set up section markers, right, that show up in your document pages. Cool?
Yep.
Yes.
Great. Everyone got it? Everyone working?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay. All right. Now, so this is our first document. Okay. So let's go ahead and save this. All right. And yeah, the next few bits, I don't expect everyone. I don't want everyone. I don't expect everyone to follow or do. It's basically, I'd like to show you what else we can do with master pages. Okay, but keep this document open. Don't close it yet. We're still going to do one more thing for it. Okay.
Sir,
Yes.
yeah, I think Joe can't follow on putting page letter. Is that what you're doing earlier?
Yeah. Just give me Joe. You mind sharing? Let me stop sharing. And Joe, can you share your screen, please, so I can talk you through it? Great. So what am I looking at here? Okay. Right. So you're on. Could you? Okay. Good. Good. Right. Okay. Come on. Annotate toolbar. Show me. There you go. There. Mouse. And here. Okay. So, ew. All right, could you double click A master, please? Nope, right here, where my mouse pointer is. Can you see it? Up here in the master page gallery. All right, double click A master. See the blue highlight that's showing right now? That tells me you're on a document page. You have to be here. Are you able to see my mouse pointer? Why don't I just... No wonder. Here. You need to be here in your pages. There. Double click that. Good. That tells me you're on the master page now. Okay. And that should be an indicator that you're on the master page for you as well. Okay, so choose, let me clear this. All right, now I need you to choose to draw. Actually, it's easier, yes. Choose your type tool, okay, and draw a text frame from here to there. Right there. Yeah. See that square that I made for you? Follow that, please. Or rectangle that I made for you? Follow that. Okay? Don't be shy, it's fine. Good. Perfect. Okay. Now right click. All right. Insert special character. You missed it right there. Perfect. Markers. Okay. Current page number. All right. Put in the space. Press the space bar once. Good. Right click again. Insert special character. All right. Markers. Section marker. Good. Perfect. Okay. Now I need you to press text frame option shortcut Control B. Oops. No. Control B. Bravo. Boy. Right. And from the align section here, vertical justification, choose center. Perfect. Good. Click on OK. Great. Okay. Now, we're going to shift focus. We're basically going to create another text frame from here to there. Okay, go ahead and do that. Good. Okay. Again, right click, insert special character, markers. All right, section marker, please. Good. All right, and then Shift Control R to align right. Good. Okay, we're all set. All right, so you can refine this later on if you'd like, and switch positions, but that's fine. Now, could you double click? Let me just clear everything. Could you double click now on page 2? Here? Yeah? Yep, good. Double click that, please. Good. So you'll see that your page numbers are now showing. Yeah? Now double click page 5. Right, Roman numeral 5, V. Good. Double click. All right, good. Right click now. Right, click on that. Right, and then choose numbering and section options. Yep. And we change the style. Okay, we start page numbering first. Okay, go ahead and choose, yeah, start at 1. Okay, and then choose the style. Yeah, regular numbers. And type in here, main, M-A-I-N. That's fine. There you go. Click on OK. And you're all set. Okay? Right. So looks like you're good. So let's go ahead and save that. Okay. So let me just close this and let's go back to my screen. Okay. Everyone seeing my screen now? Again?
Not yet.
Yes po.
Not yet?
Okay,
You know.
that's
There
good.
you go.
All right.
Yes.
Yay. I'm so glad when technology works. Okay. Next. Yeah, like I said, you don't have to do this. Okay. It's just me showing you, all right, that you can actually have multiple masters in one document. Okay. Right. So I can have a master page for one section and a separate master page for another section that has a unique element. Okay. So, for example, on the introduction section, I don't want header to have anything, but on the main pages, I would want the header to show, let's say, author information or whatever. Let me show you how it's done. And here we are. Okay, so let me go to a master first. Okay, I'll review what's going on here. I know that I have a text frame there. I know that I have a text frame there, and here and here. Okay, but that's it. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a master so that whatever changes I make to this master resonate in selected areas on the master I'm going to create just now. I'd like to create a new master based on A. Okay. I leave the prefix as it is. I click on OK. All right. I now have a new master that's B section. If you look at it, it's showing B instead of A. And what's highlighted here is the B master. Okay. So basically, I now have a new master that is based on A, but I can now do whatever it is I need to do. Okay. First thing I need to do is, because it's a master page object, or because these objects are from a master, I won't be able to select them. Okay? I won't be able to select the master page objects. Neither will I be able to select the guides. These can only be edited in the A master. Okay? But if I press two keys, Shift and Command, because I'm on a Mac, or Shift and Control if you're on Windows, and then click on the frame itself, this frame right here, it unlocks the frame and I can now use it. And whatever I do here will only affect the B master. Let's go ahead. And here I will type All right. Actually, no. I want to type here on this right side frame. Right. For Martinez. And I align right. All right. And here, let's just hit Philippine Center for Creative Imaging. So whatever I add onto the left side only shows up on the left-hand document, left-hand pages for the document. Everything on the right-hand pages. Okay. Now, how do I get this to kick into the rest of the pages? Easy. I click on my panel options, or I can right-click and choose Apply Master to Pages. Because I choose that, it opens up a tiny panel. I can now choose which master to apply. I say B master. And InDesign's actually smart enough to understand what I'm about to do. I go 1 comma 3 dash 5. InDesign understands that. It knows that it has to skip page 2. If I click on OK, page 1, 3, 4, 5, pages 1, 3, 4, and 5 actually use the B master. Okay. No Philippine Center for Creative Imaging. No Philippine Center because it's using A. But if I go to page 4, it shows up because page 4 is using the B master. And that's how you can apply, right? Masters to objects. If you, I know I could have just said 1-5 and it'll fill everything, but I needed to show everyone. Okay. How smart InDesign is, it understands 1 comma and then this string of numbers and then whatever you want to do. Clear?
Could you say that again? How to unlock that?
Yes. Shift and Control. Easy. Choose your selection tool, right, and then press Shift and Control, or Shift and Command if you're on a Mac. So here, this is a master page object, right? I'm on a document page right now. Okay. What I want to do is remove this from the page, or even better, here. I want to remove this frame from just this page. Okay. And it's the same shortcut because it's a master page object. I press Shift Command or Shift Control and I click. It unlocks the master page object. I can then edit or even delete this. But the rest of my pages are unaffected. It's only page 5 that was affected by that change. And it's the same shortcut you'd use to unlock these master page elements that we unlocked earlier. Shift and Control, if you're on Windows, Shift and Command, and click on the object, if you're on a Mac. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, everyone good?
For Joe again, it's I think
All right,
it's
no worries.
different on his
Yeah,
version.
but definitely the CS6 and CC present is very stark differences. Joe, you mind sharing? All right. What are we looking at here? Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, you actually don't have to follow. It's fine. I was just showing you how to create separate masters. Okay, but if you wanted to create a master based on this, all you do is right-click in that area. Yes, right-click there. Okay, No, sorry. Click this button here, okay, up on top. Maybe where my mouse, sorry, I may not be annotating. Here. Yeah, click that. And new master. Based on A. Okay. Good. Click on OK. Okay, cool. And now choose the selection tool, this arrow here. Okay, good. And then click on Shift and Control, click on this. Yeah. Shift Control, click. There you go. It's unlocked. Okay. And you can then make whatever change, like what I did. Okay. Go ahead and type in, choose your type tool, and type in whatever you need to type there. Yeah, that works. Or whatever copy you want. Okay. And that's going to appear in your document pages. Okay. And the next step is to apply. So you click here. Right click. Oh, sorry. No, here. Yeah, there. Fine. Apply master to pages. Okay, choose that. And apply 1-5. B master. B master. Yeah. 1-5. Click on OK. There. B master is now applied. So if you look at page 2, double click. There you go. Your copy that you input shows. Page 4. Okay. So that's how you apply masters to pages. Okay? Alrighty. You guys seeing my screen now?
Not yet. Okay, that's good.
All right, good.
Okay, sir.
Okay, cool. Okay, so we can have multiple masters, right, in a single document. Okay, but the fun doesn't stop there, right? You can actually, if you have the same exact document set up, you can reuse all these masters. Okay. I wish, when I showed this part to a group that was had to create a magazine over and over again with the same layout and the same settings. Okay, a newsletter. It's more of a newsletter. They just wish that they knew that they could reuse master pages and not have to take the existing newsletter, make a copy, save a copy of it, and delete everything. But for that to work, I need to show you one thing. Okay? And I'd like everyone to do after I show. Okay. So when I asked everyone to create a new document, it was intuitive that you just went to File, New, and Document, right? Or you would have pressed a shortcut, or you have gone to the welcome screen or the start screen and chose create document. Okay. But it's intuitive. You would automatically look for it. Okay. But instead of doing that, right, all the time, why not create a document preset? So if you go to File and choose Document Preset, and let's say we define our preset, okay, and I won't edit any existing, so I go ahead and click New. Right, so I'm going to give this a name. Let's say let's name Client X, okay. And I want 8 pages. Start pages 2. Okay. Number of columns, 5. Bleed and slug, same as my document, 3 millimeters. All right. When I click on OK, this won't create a document. It just creates a preset. Okay. All right. And I click on OK again. So I'd like everyone to do that now. So let's go to File, Document Preset, and choose Define. Click New, give it a name. Number of pages is 2. Sorry, number of pages is 8. Starts on page 2. Columns 5. Bleed 3 millimeters. When you've input that and you've given it a name, go ahead and click on OK. I'm just going to cancel out of this because I already have what I need. Everyone done?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, cool.
Done.
Great. All right, so now that we have our preset, it's going to make life so much easier. Okay, so first, let me do something I should have done earlier. And let's save this. It's my first document. Saved. Right. And I can then create a new document. This time, instead of going to print, I'm going to click on saved. And I choose Client X. And I choose create. Now I have this same exact setup, the 5x7, the 5 column, half-inch margin, 3 millimeter bleed area, and the exact same setup that I have here. And now, let's say I need to bring in the master pages, so no problem. I just click here and choose master pages, load, and I choose my previously saved document, my first document. Click on open, and I replace because I don't need whatever's there. I now have my 2 masters. I didn't have to redo everything. I just created a new document, and this will only work really well if your document is set up exactly the same way as your source. If I were to choose, say, something absurdly different, compact disk, right? And start with the same number of pages there. In this case, I can only about 3 for bleed. I create, and so I have it here. I try importing my master pages, InDesign is going to warn me. Okay, so replace. Hey, you got another warning. Page size is different. And of course, my elements will fall out of place. Okay. But I just needed to go the extreme and show you that if you do not use a document preset or set up a document exactly the same way it was in the other one, it won't work. Questions? All right. I take silence as no questions, or does anyone have one?
Can you edit the presets you created, sir?
Yes. Document preset. Okay. If I go to define and I take that, I can still edit.
Okay, thanks.
So you can still make the changes. Cool. Any other questions?
Sir Mike, I sent you a message in the chat group, sir.
Which I wasn't paying attention to, I'm sorry. Sure. Yeah. Linear. Yeah. Now is a very good time. Okay. We actually have just one topic for the day left, which is working with color. And we're scheduled until 8. So yes, we do have time for a half an hour break.
Okay, guys. So let's take 30 minutes. Be back at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. Manila time. Okay. So you guys can actually grab a bite, guys. Okay. Because it's almost dinner time. I'm sure you might want to grab a quick bite, guys. So it's time now is 6:27. Come back, guys, after 30 minutes, exactly 7 p.m.
Okay.
Joy.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, Rain. You got a question?
It seems to I have lost some of the discussions a while ago.
Oh,
Do you keep all of the discussions of this, like the modules inside the modules, so I can just review it?
recording. We did one even better, Rain. We're recording, so
Oh, okay. So
you can. And
the recorded we can actually review the recorded.
yes, it'll be shared with
Okay.
you
Thank you.
after.
Yes, Rain, it will be uploaded in the Google Classroom. All
All right.
sessions are recorded.
Okay. Thank
Yes.
you.
Okay.
I have a question, sir.
Yes.
Could you tell me again what's the purpose of reversing the markers like section A and then A section?
Yes. I just want it's a stylistic preference.
Okay, that's good. I was wondering, and I think I missed that part.
Yeah.
Thank
The
you.
line. I just prefer to do it that way, so it looks exactly like a mirror.
Yeah.
There's on the left-hand side. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So yes, you can actually um, create things the same way in Photoshop or very similar to Photoshop, where you would double click the, so you guys seeing my screen? Everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Great. So you can double click this fill box right here. It comes up with a color picker. Okay. And it lets you input the values that you want. Okay. And you end up with a CMYK swatch. Yes, you can do it that way. All right. Or you can go ahead to Window, Color, and choose Swatches. With swatches, you can do the same thing. You can create a new color swatch and start inputting the values. So for example, I needed something brown. I needed a brown swatch, so I can just type in, give it a name. It's always best to give your swatches names, unique names, instead of naming with color value. Okay? Naming with color value makes for very interesting conversations. So John, you've heard this before, so just yes. But very interesting conversation. So let's say someone needed the blue swatch, and yeah, they ask you, because you're naming a color value, what swatch did you apply? Oh yeah, that's C100 M90 Y10 K0. Huh? Right. So it makes for very interesting conversations if you choose to name it color value versus naming this swatch right here that I'm hovering over. Name it blue. Done. What swatch did you use? Blue. No more conversation. Right. Back to work. Right. But if I need a brown swatch, I'd go 0, 76, 76, and 60. That would give me a close approximation of brown right here. And I can click on OK if I'm done. Or if I wanted to add more swatches, I can do so. Okay. And click Add. This keeps it open. I can then add more swatches there. Okay. Now, another way that we saw earlier is to use the color theme tool. Okay. The color theme tool lets you pick up or sample swatches. Okay. So this is the example. This is the exercise we'll be working on. So if I choose the color theme tool and I click here, it'll sample all available swatches and show them to me in this neat little panel. I can then add them to my swatches panel right here. Okay. But I won't. Okay. Right. So this thing should actually be collapsing. I don't know why it isn't, or hiding itself. I don't know why it isn't, but it's the way it is. Okay. But yes, so that's another way. The other way to do so, or to add swatches to your swatches panel, is by using the, so if you go to Window, Color, you can use the Adobe Color Themes panel. Okay. What it basically does is it connects to color.adobe.com, okay, and lets you explore user-submitted color themes. So, for example, yeah, there. These are samples of, someone else's work. So if you're stuck, you're not sure what swatches to use, but you do have a central color, for example, fuchsia. Okay, you can do a search for it, and InDesign's color themes panel will pull out from user suggestions or user color themes and pull them onto here, and you can then simply add the swatches. And boom, it adds it to your swatches panel, and you can now use it. Okay, so those are the three ways that you can add color to your document. Okay, but for purposes of our exercise, we will focus on just one, the swatches panel. Okay. So let me just delete this theme, all right, and keep it back and set it back to the way it was. And Now that we have the swatches, how does one apply swatches to our objects? The most intuitive way is to simply select the object and then click on the swatch. It applies it. Okay. The other way is by using the control panel. So if you don't have the swatches panel open, you want to save yourself the trip of going there. As long as you have an existing swatch, you can then just click either the fill or the stroke box, whatever you want to change properties for. Fill or stroke. Okay. Has everyone downloaded, by the way, the lesson 8 or the working with color assignment? Sound off, please.
Yes, sir.
All right, good. So at least I know one person has. Has everyone?
Where?
It's in the assignments in the Google Classroom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So if you have downloaded, the files from the classwork section, great. Okay. All our work files are actually there. So we need to download the working with color exercise. Make sure you have that downloaded because that is what shows this thing, this nice piece of work here with all the chocolate and all the sweets that make your teeth fall out just by looking at it. All right. Now, so if you've downloaded it, please go ahead and open. Lesson 08 start. Let me know when you have it open. Joe, you might have to open the IDML file. The INDD file may not work for you because that was saved using InDesign CC. Everyone have it open? Sound off, please.
I'm good.
Good. Great. So if everyone has it open, okay, we want to open the start file. So it's this, you'll be seeing on your screens is the start file. Okay, let me just resolve this. I have a missing font warning. Let me replace this with Trajan, regular. Okay, so that fixes that. Now, this is the file we're looking at, or we're going to work on. How do we work on this? Well, first, we need to get the swatches in. Okay, so I'd like everyone to go to Window, Color, and choose Swatches. Joe, you might just, in your case, you just go to Window, Swatches. That's going to open your swatches panel. So once you have the swatches panel open, you'll notice that you're kind of missing. We need to add 3 swatches. Okay, the brown swatch, the tan swatch, the blue swatch. Okay, and here we are. And let's get started. All right, everybody good? Sound off, please. Can we get started? Okay. So in your swatches panel, resist the temptation to click on this button, the new swatch button. All it does is duplicate whatever you have selected. What we want to do is go new color swatch, go to panel options, the hamburger menu up here in the swatches panel, go new color swatch, uncheck name with color value. Let's give this a name. In my case, let me just edit this. So brown. And the values that we'll put in here are 0 for cyan, 0, 76, 76, 60. All right? That's your brown swatch. We've added it. Now, I go to new color swatch, and what we want to do is add the tan swatch. Just cancel this. Well, let me get the value for tan, which is 51329 0. So let's go ahead and do that. So new color swatch, uncheck name with color value, go tan, 5, 13, 29, oops, 29, and 0. That gives us our tan swatch, and I click add. The last swatch we'll add to the swatches panel is blue. Okay. So 100, sorry, let me just get the value for us. 190, 10. Okay, so let's go here. Blue, 190, and 0. I'll uncheck this so it doesn't add it to my CC library, and I go click on OK. Now I have 3 additional swatches, okay, that I can work with and use in my document. Okay. So again, to create new swatches, panel options, new color swatch. Okay, uncheck name with color value so that you can give it a distinct name. In this case, I go brown, right? And you can then, I had to name it brown 1 so that it wouldn't warn me and stop me from doing this. So the value is 0, 76, 76, 60, right? For tan, the value is 5, 13, 29, 0. And for blue, 190, 10, 0. Okay, once you have all those swatches added, you would select these 3 boxes. Okay, all 3. All right, and here you click in the control panel, go ahead and click the green fill and brown stroke. Once you've done that, go ahead and save your work. Go File, Save As. Let's add this again to the desktop, or you can add it in the folder if you'd want, but give it a name, color. Okay. We will name this color. Save. So it's saved. There it is. What we're going to do next is we're going to work with a really quick gradient. Okay. We want to create a brown to black gradient. And that's already been set up for us. So all you have to do is click on the gradient swatch tool, right? And deselect everything, Control Shift A, or Command Shift A if you're on a Mac. Select the center square, or center diamond rather. Choose the gradient swatch tool, and then drag. Oops, I have the stroke selected, so I need to make sure I have fill in the foreground right here. And draw. Okay, so that creates a swatch. Or that creates or adds a gradient to this object right here. You can draw your gradient at different positions and different angles to change the direction. Here so far?
Yes.
Okay. Everyone able to follow so far? Take the silence as a no. Anyone need help?
With Joe, I think he cannot. She cannot open the file.
Right. Ooh. Even the IDML file, Joe?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, I'll have to. My apologies. I wasn't anticipating that someone be using CS6. I promise, by tomorrow, all the files that you need will be in the folder, in the assignments folders. But for now, I guess at this point, spectate and just try to take it in. Hopefully that's fine, Joe.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. I thought my IDML files would cover all versions that were in use, so it fell short. Again, my apologies. I'll make sure that you have usable files by tomorrow. Okay, so yeah, so we add a gradient over here, and okay. How do we create a gradient swatch? Pretty easy. You go to your swatches panel again, so it's where most of the action happens, and you click your panel options. This time, instead of choosing color swatch, you choose new gradient swatch, right? And you give it a name. So let's name this brown 10, for example. And I would click this stop right here, and I choose the brown swatch. And I click this stop right here, and I would go swatches and choose 10 and click on OK. Or I click on add if I want to add this swatch and start with a new one, which I am going to do. So I go green, white. I choose this stop right here. I choose green. And then I choose this stop right here. I choose paper. And I click on OK. So now I have the gradients that I need. Because I have this object selected, it's been applying the gradient swatches. So I'll keep this object selected and choose brown 10. That's what I really want to show here. Okay. And I can probably drag this down just a bit, okay, so that it adds it at the angle that I want it to show. Okay. Now, if you've been doing just that as well, if you've been following, great. But okay, so how do we add gradient swatches? Okay. You would go panel options, new gradient swatch, okay. Give it a name, and then you click the stop. And you click the other stop. After you've chosen the correct swatch, you click the other stop. If you're presented with CMYK sliders, just change this stop color to swatches instead of CMYK, and it will let you pick from your swatches. Okay? Because we're not done, we'll click add, and then give it a name, in this case, green, white. Okay. and then choose the green swatch. After you click this stop right here, choose the green swatch. And then this stop right here, we would choose paper. Or switch it all the way down to 0 for everything. You would then click on OK if you're going through the exercise. At this point, I will just click cancel. Right? Everyone good?
Yeah.
All right. Now, next up is we're going to apply the green-white gradient. So I choose the selection tool, click this shape right here, click the gradient. As long as I have fill, I'm safe. Right there, fill selected, I'm safe. So I click this, fill is selected, click green-white, and now I have my gradient. So yeah, that is how we add gradients to our objects. What if I want to apply a gradient, though, to a series of objects? Okay. How that's done, you click this shape right here. Okay, let me zoom in. Okay. And how do I apply the gradient? Well, first, actually, as long as I have the correct swatch picked in the swatches panel, okay, or applied to, I should be good. So what I'm going to do is first, after selecting this, I would go to my swatches panel or to my control panel here and choose the green-white gradient. So it applies it right there. And if I wanted to apply to the, so basically this is going to be solid green and it fades to paper around about here and starts becoming very, very light over here. How do I do that? I would choose my gradient swatch tool and drag it across the selection. Now my gradient applies very strong here, fades, 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 barely there, and now white. Okay. So that's how you can add gradients to multiple objects. Okay. And it applies it as a gradient across all of them versus just one. Okay. It won't show up the same way it does here because I had multiple objects selected, not just one. Okay. Right. Things are taking shape. We actually just have 2 steps to go. All right. And clean up on just one thing. Still good? Everyone still good?
Sir, I have a question.
You. What's up, Chuck?
Do we have to group the objects before creating a
Oh,
gradient?
no, to apply the gradient across multiple objects, no. The reason it's grouped there is just for ease of following the exercise. I can actually have a series of objects that are ungrouped. Okay, I just rendered them right there. And let me just add this to swatches just to make things interesting. Okay, so I have the colorful theme there. And I choose new gradient swatch. And let's say for this stop right here, what I want is swatches, and I pick from the colorful theme here. And choose a very light color there. Okay, so I have it across the entire selection, right? I have it, sorry, individually. Right? But if I want to apply it to the entire selection, I just drag there. It now shifts from very dark to light.
Okay.
Cool. All right, so that's how you can add, that's how you add gradients across the selection. And like I said, the only reason why it's grouped here is for ease of selection. Okay, so it's easier to follow. Right, now, just a couple of more things, okay, that we have to adjust here. Well, actually, I lied. It wasn't just a couple. It's about 1, 2, 3, 4 things. 4 things. Okay. How do we do? What do we do next? All right. Yeah. Let's start with the biggest thing first. Okay. Selection tool. Click on this black frame running around. Okay. And let's go ahead and click on window and choose stroke. Okay. That brings up the stroke panel. And I need you all to choose dashed. Okay. And what we're going to do is to create a custom sequence right here. If you choose the last dashed option here from the type dropdown, what it's going to do is expose these boxes, these additional options, and all we have to do is create a series. So 4, 2, tab, 4, tab, 2, tab, 4. Enter, and that's what we have now. We have a sequence of stripes. And to make things more interesting, I can then choose our central color, which is brown, and apply it there. So at this point, let's save our work. And let's go over here. Okay. What I'd like to show is how to apply or remove, rather, a stroke that's running around here. Okay, so if you look at the control panel, it tells us that there is a stroke swatch applied to this box right here. And we simply choose none so that it takes out the stroke altogether, making it look clear. Last change is this. Actually, you don't have to do this, but and it is the most annoying way to apply swatches. Okay, so let me open the swatches panel, but I just want to show you that it's possible. So I take the blue swatch and I drag it. I wait for the icon to show with a square versus a slash, and release. That applies the blue swatch to the fill. If I drag a swatch from the swatches panel and drag that and it turns and it shows a slash with my icon, it'll apply it to the fill, to the stroke of the object that I have selected. All right. Again, I'm not a big fan of fine motor movement. I love gross motor action, so it's just easier if you click and apply. Right? Much more efficient and actually easier. And the last bit that we have to change here is just one thing. I'd like to introduce the pre-flight panel again, or reintroduce it. So let's double click that. Click on scc.ai. All right. This is a linked file. So if I wanted to fix this, what I would do is go to Window, Links, it's selected, and I choose to relink. That opens up my place or my file browser. and I go to, in this case, documents, and I go to CID, sorry, even better, lessons. And this is lesson 8. And I just need to find the file, so I go to links, and here it is, scc.ai. Open, fixed, all green in my pre-flight. When I see the green light and I'm happy with the layout, that means I can go ahead and save this or do a file save as, okay, and replace so that it blitzes out the extra data in the file, okay, and then we can save. And then we can, when we start work the next day, everything's good. Clear? Was everyone able to follow? Have I put everyone to sleep now? Looks like I have.
Trying.
Right. But yeah, okay. That is, okay, working with colors, fairly easy. The only thing that you have to remember is how to add swatches to your swatches panel. So it's panel options, new color swatch, get your values, uncheck this, give it a name, and enter your values, and you're good. Now, a few other theoreticals. All right. How do I know what values to use? Okay, in creating the different swatches, right? It would be best, and if you're working with multiple suppliers or multiple printers, ask them for swatch books of their output on the different kinds of paper that you have, that they have for you. That way you can just pick up the color values that they have on their swatch book, input it into InDesign's new color swatch panel, and because you're using the same values for the same swatches, the likelihood of you getting this exact same output is higher. Make sense? Okay. Yeah. Actually, that is pretty much it for the day. I know I've fried your brains already at this point, but if you do have any questions, we still have 23 minutes to be exact.
I still have a question.
Yeah, go.
I'm just wondering if this will be covered tomorrow, but I just want to know how to collaborate in design and in copy.
Collaborate between InDesign and InCopy. Basically, how it's done is you save your work, okay, and the writer that has InCopy will have to be given access to the file, right? And then that person can then edit. Basically, what InCopy is a version of, or sorry, software that, apart from InDesign, lets copywriters edit the copy. Okay, they'll see the layout, they see what it looks like, they can edit the copy on their own, and they don't have to invest in a copy of InDesign. That's basically it.
So will that automatically update the copy in the InDesign when the copy was updated?
Yes, whatever changes they make to the copy to the same document, okay, whatever changes they make will apply there. So if they shorten the copy or add copy, to your InDesign document and they save it, it'll show up in your InDesign document. In this workflow or in the InDesign in-copy workflow, the assumption is that you guys are hosting your file on a network accessible storage. So multiple people can actually connect to it. Make sense?
All right. Thank you, sir. Yes, we got it.
Right. So yes, and I guess what I should have said was the answer was yes and no. And no, I don't talk about in copy in any way, shape, or form. But since you asked, that's the answer.
Thank you, sir.
No worries. Yes. Any other questions? Apart from can we go home now? But you're already home.
Hi. Hi.
Yes.
I have a question.
Go for it.
Regarding the InDesign, mostly what are the things that needs to consider before creating a magazine on InDesign? Do you have a structure or the way on how you create the stuff in InDesign?
Okay. Plan ahead. Okay. Take a look at have a firm grasp as to what the character of the magazine is going to be, because that's going to drive what fonts you use, and how and it'll basically impact the whole style and feel of the entire magazine. It all depends on what you want to put across, and then you would also have to plan and take a look at the treatment of your images. And there's so many things to consider. The paper you're going to use, what size of magazine you're going to be printing on. I've worked in a magazine that used an odd tabloid size. It wasn't just, if you go to InDesign, go ahead and choose tabloid. Not a perfect match. The other consideration is who you will be, who your service provider is. Okay. In the magazine that I was working for, we were very fortunate that our print service bureau was actually very hands-on. Before we even started on a new edition of the magazine, and because they knew that we were not the best at keeping to schedules, because on press day itself, that's when we'd be submitting our files, okay, to the service bureau. Because they knew that we worked that way, they would calibrate our monitors and calibrate and provide us color settings files as well as ICC profiles that were specific to their devices. And they would basically set up our machines the way they would set up theirs, so that when we brought our files to their office, and they would even calibrate our monitors, when we brought their files to their office for output, we wouldn't spend that much time proofing. We would get a good match in terms of content.
Just another question.
Sure.
What is the average time on creating 10 to 15 pages magazine?
All
How
depends
long
on
does
how
it take to
creative.
finish that?
Right. It all depends on how creative you are and how much creative freedom and license you're being given to create those 10 to 15 pages. If, let's say, those 10 to 15 pages are basically a rehash of a specific layout, you're bound to a specific layout, well, yeah, it's going to be very fast. It's a mechanical process. But if it's within those 10 to 15 pages, you had the fortune of being given the opportunity to design the centerfold. Okay. Or if in those 10 to 15 pages there's a collage of images, that takes a whole lot more thought, and that takes a whole lot more, um, yeah, creativity, and it requires a bit more input. So I can't give you a 10 to 15 pages, a time frame exactly on 10 to 15 pages how long it's going to take, right? If it's a mechanical process, that should be very fast. Okay. But if it requires creative input and thought, then it's going to take a little bit longer than, you know, a quick 10 to 15.
Okay. Um, I just got a last one question.
Sure. So time.
Okay. So, what's the advantage or the difference between InDesign and Photoshop? Because I believe you are familiar with that as well.
Yeah.
Because I think Photoshop can actually do everything that we have discussed on InDesign.
Okay. I'm going to do a very nice thing. I'm going to keep you in suspense and show you tomorrow the difference between InDesign and Photoshop. Okay. But there is a
Okay.
really big difference. All right. Just imagine InDesign is your, um, okay. Each tool has its own purpose. Okay. You don't use a screwdriver to drive a nail into a plank of wood. You would use a hammer for that. Okay. So Photoshop and InDesign are like your hammer and screwdriver. Each has its own purpose. Okay. InDesign does something really, really well, which is handle flowing text into multiple pages. Okay, and managing um, a document that's graphically rich with multiple pages. All right. And when we get to working with images and flowing text tomorrow, I'll show you the difference. Okay. You will, you're going to appreciate InDesign. You're going to love it. And Photoshop has its own place in the sun. Okay. Illustrator has its own place in the sun. In the Adobe world, you know, all these softwares actually work together.
Yeah. So Photoshop and InDesign is a great combination to work with.
Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, great combination. Hey, you can even throw in After Effects into the mix.
Oh, really?
Right?
Perfect.
If you're basically, if you want to create 3D titles, at one point in time, it was a fad in design where you'd create a 3D title with a sort of a pillowy effect. Okay? And you could do that in After Effects.
Okay.
Okay? Then
Thank
export
you.
it as a flat JPEG or whatever, or as a PNG, send that as InDesign, great in some layouts.
Okay.
All right.
I think that's all for me.
No worries. Well, if you guys have any other questions, remember what Kat's mentioned. You can, access to the Google Classroom is 24/7. You can post your questions there. And I will check it when I come in tomorrow. All right. That said,
Okay. I'll just list down some of my questions.
please. That goes for everyone. That goes for everyone. Anyone else have any questions before we part ways for the day?
I'm lost.
Lost. I guess it's also the time of day for you, Christine. What time is it there?
You're on mute.
I'm good. Sorry.
All right, you good? Okay, no worries. Yeah. Hey, I feel your pain. I'm running close to being awake for 24 hours.
Wow.
Close, but not quite. Yeah. Okay.
Again, guys, don't worry so much because again, the sessions are recorded. So you can always go back to the recorded session for review. No, what is most critical, I think, during the session is making sure that you're able to follow through the exercises. Okay, and then on the spot, you're able to ask the questions. Okay, so so there. Okay, and again, you can post your questions in the Google Classroom. If you have questions in mind, especially for Christine, you might take a nap first and then you wake up later in the day
Yeah.
and you have questions in mind. So just make sure that you post them, guys, in the Google Classroom so they can be addressed. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks as well, and thanks for your patience, guys. And yeah.
Okay.
So,
So if there aren't any questions, guys, we're gonna give you back 10 minutes of the time. All right. So thank you so much and have a nice evening. Bye.
Guys,
Bye.
catch
Bye.
you
Thank you,
later.
sir.
Welcome.
Thank
Thank you.
you.